Hello, hello. I hope you all are doing well today and that your Friday is pretty chill. Today we're going to be playing another visual novel. I know I said I wasn't going to be doing one for a while, but I had one in my Steam library I wanted to play, and it's not a multiple route one, it's like a linear story, and it is like it's only like 20 hours long compared to Clanad being over 100. So it's very different. And I had a look at it and I'm like, yeah, might as well go for it. But yeah, that's what we're going to be starting up today. And it's called Kindred Spirits on the Roof. It is a Yuri game. And you basically, from what I can gather, you are like helping matchmake other couples. So your character themselves isn't the one going for the relationships, you're helping other people, which will be like a nice little change, I think. So yeah, let us just swap over to it. So yeah, this is how it's framed, by the way. I didn't do anything. It's like framed like that. Maybe I need to move myself over here. I framed myself according to the blue, but the black bar is like the end of the screen. So I think it should be all good for audio, even though the Spotify's still playing. Okay. I think I stopped the Spotify now. Okay. So yeah, this is Kindred Spirits on the Roof. And I think we'll just start it up and go. So text control panel. Okay. Like I only like looked at the beginning of it. So. But this is the aspect ratio it is. Okay, let me push myself up a little bit. Another beautiful day. After the end of the holidays, the air up on the roof had really started to feel like summer. The sun was high in the sky, almost annoying in how vigorously it shined. I was already finding my vest stuffy, even though we'd only just changed into our spring uniforms. But we were above the town, and I was on the roof. Up here, the breeze was cool and comfortable. I finished lots of soup in my little thermos and sighed, relieved that I'd been correct to pack a warm meal for lunch. My hands habitably moved to clean up the rest of my food. I closed the lid of my small, two-tiered lunchbox and wrapped it up in the scarf on my lap. Gathering the bundle, I set my items down on the bench next to me. Then I stood. I, Tomi Yuna, propped my elbows against the roof fence and sighed as I always did. Sighed as if my lunch had perfectly filled my stomach and pushed out my breath. I was careful not to lean too far. The students who come up to the roof are asked not to rest against the fence, but the barrier, only a meter high, tempts you to relax on it and look out over the scenery. The bottom half of my view was a townscape, the top half a shining blue sky. At my eye level were the mountains surrounding the area, silhouettes on the horizon. I could clearly see the summits of the mountains, their peaks sharp against the cloudless sky. The weather really was nice. I could hear the voices of the other students on the roof from behind me, though their words were lost amid the sounds of lunch. If they were speaking, it meant they must have come up here with someone. The roof seemed more popular than usual today. The first years who had started school a month ago were probably getting used to things by now. they'd probably noticed that the roof is the perfect place to eat on days with nice weather like today. I had thought the population up here would rise quickly, but that hadn't proved true. Maybe because we'd been on break. They were probably in their classrooms with friends, discussing all they'd done over the holidays. Strangely, it seems to me mostly single people or groups of two who come to the roof. There aren't many groups with 3 or more. Maybe with larger groups, it's just more likely that one person won't want to eat up here. Maybe it's too much trouble to climb all the way up when you have too many with you. Okay. As for the groups of 2, well, I get that. It sort of feels like a picnic when you eat up here on the roof. I imagine it starts when one of them asks, and the other thinks it sounds fun and goes along. The people who came to the roof alone may have friends who just happen to be absent today. Either that, or they don't like eating alone in their classroom, like me. Like me, anxious in the classroom, too many people there, friends, classmates, people who would talk to you, and all of the prying eyes. There's just too much going on there. That's why I come to the roof during lunch. I come to a place with as few people as possible, and after eating, I look out at the scenery. Let's bump up the voice volume a bit. Am I gonna regret this? Maybe. I muttered quietly to myself.
でも、朝練とかしているひなにはちょうどいいと思ったんだけど、今日はいっぱい汗もかくだろうし。ごぼうは少なめにしてあげたんだから、ちゃんと食べてくれるだろう。まあ、今まで残してきたことなんてほとんどないんだけど。
Wait, does this mean that everyone's gonna be voice acted, so it's gonna be less strain on my voice?
本当に今日はいい天気だな。日差し結構強いや。
Hopefully the audio's good and you can actually hear her properly. Maybe if I turn down the music just a fraction. And then that up a little bit. Because we just need it in the background really, the music.
UV 対策してきて正解だったな。ひなにももっとちゃんと日焼けに気をつけるように言ってあげないと。あの子本当に気にしないんだから。ああ。だから今日は人がそんなに増えなかったのかな。心に浮かぶよしな仕事か。
I thought about all sorts of things as I stared out absentmindedly at the view. Thought? No. Things were just coming to mind, really. And it always ends with this line from an old classic. The phrase always pops into my head, and as a habit, I always bring my attention back from the scenery when it does.
なんか年寄り臭いな。古文のその先生に怒られそうだけど。
This time, I leaned with my back against the fence. This was also forbidden by the teachers, but no one paid that rule any mind. Okay, I'm just gonna say, this would not fly. They would have like an actual taller fence up around this. So you'd have this fence and then you'd have a taller fence on the like raised part. Because that's insane that they only have that fence. If they're really that afraid of accidents, they should build a taller fence, yeah. But their warnings probably aren't without reason, and I didn't need to deliberately ignore them. I picked myself up off the fence and sat back down on the bench I'd been using earlier. My hands found their way to my pockets. One of my fingertips ran across a small package, reminding me to take it out. It was something Anno had given me as I'd left the classroom. She'd laughed, calling it a highly recommended new product. I looked it over and found on the packaging, brown sugar lotus root lozenge. Well, she did say it was tasty.
美味しいだけじゃないってとこがあのらしいけどさ。
I would understand if it was supposed to be flavored with the fragrance of lotus, but why put lotus root in it? And a lozenge? I haven't heard anything about lotus root being good for the throat.
ま、甘いことは間違いないかしら。
I took it out of the wrapping to find it was an inky black. Rolling it around in my hand for a moment, I tossed it into my mouth. What the?
あなた、何をしようとしているの？
I almost swallowed the thing. I was so surprised by the voices suddenly at my ear.
何考えてるのよ。こんな天気のいい素敵な日に毒を飲むなんて。
Oh boy. Oh boy.
早まっちゃダメよ。あなたにはまだこれから先きっといいことがいっぱいあるんだから。
What is this misunderstanding? What? Yeah, what is this misunderstanding? I heard voices from behind me. Who were they? I could hear two of them. When did they get back there?
きっと辛いことがあったのね。でも毒を飲むなんてダメよ。あなたにどんな辛いことがあったのかしら。そんな真っ暗な毒薬を飲むなんて。
Oh, so because... Oh, okay. No, seriously, what? Poison? What I just swallowed? No. Wait a second.
毒を飲むなんてきっと苦しいわよ。すっごい吐き気がする。でも吐けないの。
Okay.
悩みがあるなら私が聞いてあげるわ。それで少しでもあなたの気が楽になったんなら思いとどまってちょうだい。
I can move myself over just a fraction. There we go.
そしてそのうち立っていられなくなるくらい体がしびれて目の前は真っ暗に。何の悩み？恋？きっとそうね。誰か好きな女の子でもできたのね。どうしていいかわからなくて辛かったのね。違う。これはただの飴だ。
I said, turning around. I lost my words. Because there were two girls standing behind me when I turned around.
ただの飴玉で毒なんかじゃなくて。そんなの分かってるもん。ごめんなさい。予想以上に驚いてくれたみたい。
Yeah, I think anyone would be. Two girls wearing uniforms I didn't recognize. No one looked more like a woman than a girl. Oh. No, one looked more like a woman than a girl.
からかっただけよ。だってそんな真っ黒なの毒薬としか思えないじゃない。本当に真っ黒だったものね。でも最近は流行っているのかしら。よく見かけるわよね。どんな味なの？甘いけど黒糖使ってるからちょっと丸い感じで。でもレンコンのえぐみはそんなにないかな。
What exactly am I answering for?
黒糖ってサトウキビから取れるのよね。ああ、黒蜜の味ね。
Kurumitsu?
レンコンが入っているの？変わってるわね。
One was a bit of an uncoiffed girl in a white sailor uniform who looked about my age. Her hair was light brown, though it didn't look dyed.
でもこういう妙な組み合わせって結構多くて、それが新商品のインパクトにつながるわけで。
The other one wore a typical sailor uniform, with hair long and as black as her clothes. She looked even more grown up than a third-year upperclassman.
よかったら一ついただけないかしら。なんてね。私たちには味を確かめることなんてできないのに。
Why can't you taste it?
どうしたの、サチさん。
What's going on? They've suddenly gone quiet. It was only one piece, so I couldn't have split it anyway. No, that's not it. Why are they suddenly staring at me? They were just laughing a second ago. Oh. They were laughing before my eyes. Before my eyes. Right before my eyes.
あなた。
はい。
Wait. If they were behind her, she was sitting on the bench. So, oh yeah, they're floating then. Before my eyes was.
私たちの姿が見えているのね。
Oh, great. Spooky ghosts.
はい。
I had the bench to my back, so when I turned around, I should have seen nothing but the fence at the edge of the roof. Yep.
声。めぐみたちの声。聞こえているのね。
Yeah, we can hear. Yeah.
うん。
The two of them were standing there.
サチさん。
めぐみ。
So Sachi and Megumi.
めぐみたちの声が聞こえている人がいた。めぐみたちのこと見えてる人がいた。
Oh boy, we're gonna get roped into stuff now, aren't we? I just know it. In the tiny space between the bench and the fence, no. The space isn't wide enough for anyone to stand there.
ねえ、もしかしたら。
そうね。やっと私たちは見つけることができたのね。
What's going on? I don't know why, but I felt like I could somehow see the fence right through the happy pair.
ねえ、あなた。
聞こえているのよね。私たちの声。それなら。
The roof of the three-story Hoshikan building. They're on the edge of the roof, 10 meters from the ground, without fear, not even touching the fence.
私たち。
So, wait, this is a three-story building which doesn't have a really safe roof. Standing there, almost as if they're floating in the air. They're...
あなたに。
Oh boy. Faintly transparent. I could see the mountains through them. I could see them?
聞いてほしい話が。
I desperately held down the scream that threatened to escape my lips, grabbed my lunch bag, and took off running towards the door to the stairs. Honestly, that's a valid reaction to seeing ghosts. Just actual ghosts. You'd be like, nope, If it was me, I'd be like, nope, I'm leaving. Bye.
あるんだけどって、あ、ちょっと。
あ、どこ行くの？
Please tell me the ghosts aren't going to chase us. Where? I'm running away from here, of course.
Yuna, おかえり。
Anno Fuji called out to me as I entered the classroom and headed back to my seat. She's a friend I made after starting school here, and not counting Hina, one of the few I can be myself with. Those are the best kind of friends, the ones where you can just be yourself. Anno always greets me when I return to class. She's friendly, but not so friendly that she pesters me about eating alone. She has some bad habits, but I find them a little endearing actually.
今日はずいぶんゆっくりしてたんだね。うたた寝でもしてたの？そうかも。
Yes, that's right. I must have dozed off and had a weird dream.
うわ、ユナ、汗ドロドロ。そんな急いできたの？まだもうちょっと時間あるよ。ってどうしたの？顔真っ青だよ、ユナ。
Oh, it's so nice not having to voice the main character. White as a sheet. Am I noticeably?
もしかして屋上で何かあった？いや。
I do like the art style of this. It's very nice. I like the simplicity of it. What should I do? Should I tell her I had a weird dream? I dozed off and dreamed that I met some ghosts, but she might be creeped out if I said that. I might prefer if both of us could be creeped out together though. No, Anno might just laugh it off. She's carefree like that.
ちょっと変な夢を。
But before I could say dream, the bell signaling the beginning of afternoon classes rang. The bell? Already? When did that happen?
なんでもない。ほら、席に戻りなよ。うん。ユナ、気分悪くなったら保健室に行くんだよ。大丈夫よ。
With an unconvincing chuckle, I waved Anno off and sat back at her seat. And she sat back at her seat. How do words good? You'd think I would be better at reading it by now. Our first afternoon class began. Somehow, I'd composed myself, possibly thanks to Anno's encouragement, and was able to focus on class a little. The teacher's words weren't quite getting through to me, but I was at least able to copy down the words on the blackboard. My mind wandered as my hand took notes. The only conclusion is that it was a dream. It's not as if I can say with absolute certainty that ghosts don't exist, but I couldn't possibly have seen some myself. That's why it must have been a dream. I must have dozed off. I was just confused when I woke up and took off running. I'm glad I didn't tell Anno. If I'd gone on like that, I probably would have been able to pretend it was just a dream. I wouldn't have been able to pretend it was just a dream. No, it was just a dream. So I wouldn't had to pretend anything. Oh, whatever. I should concentrate on class. I looked back at the blackboard. And at that moment, I heard
見つけた。
uh, 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 a faint voice just next to my ear. I think I would die a bit on the inside if I heard a voice just whisper "found you" out of nowhere. What red letters had appeared on the blackboard? The teacher hadn't written them. I mean, they weren't her neat handwriting. They were round, girlish letters, and not in chalk white, but a vibrant red, dripping from the edge like wet paint. What? This isn't a horror one, right? Totally not. I don't think it is. I heard a clattering sound in my head. Oh, that's my teeth. And while the noise shook me,
このクラスにいたんだ。
the words were rewritten with no eraser in sight. They faded gradually and new words rose to take their place. So you're in this class. I finally screamed and jolted hard enough from my seat to make noise.
誰？トミーさん？どうしたの？
The teacher who'd been writing on the blackboard turned around and stared at me. I was already halfway out of my seat.
先生、何か間違えた？先生、それ。何？
The teacher turned back to the blackboard. She tilted her head as she looked at the arrow I was pointing at. She was looking, wasn't she? Couldn't she? Hadn't anyone else noticed? Oh, so only she can see it.
どこも間違ってないよね。
This is just a complete nope situation. It really is. The teacher, everyone around me, no one had noticed, even though the words loomed on the blackboard, bright red words as if they'd been written in blood. I would nope out so hard. That was when I realized I was the only one who could see them.
何かわからないことでもあった？
I desperately turned the cogs in my mind. I had no idea what to do anymore. On the other hand, the fact that only I could see the words was just a tiny bit comforting. It meant that I was the only one who was crazy here.
すみません。目の前をなんか虫が横切ってびっくりしちゃって。
That's a good excuse. It was a bug.
ああ、そうだったの。びっくりしたのは分かったけど、あまり大きな声出しちゃダメよ。
Yeah, we'll try and keep quiet.
はい。すみません。
I sunk back into my chair as the room filled with quiet giggles. Normally, my face would be turning crimson with embarrassment, but I was too preoccupied to care.
ねえ、ユナ、大丈夫？
Don't worry, just ghost the fucker with me. Anno turned around from her seat diagonally in front of me. She hadn't laughed at my sudden outburst. Instead, her face and voice contained genuine concern. I tried feebly to laugh it off again, insisting there were words on the blackboard that only I could see would only make people laugh at me or think I was crazy.
気分悪いなら保健室に行こうか。私付き合ってあげるよ。大丈夫大丈夫。ちょっとびっくりしただけだから。ならいいんだけど。ほんと大丈夫。ありがとう。
I was a little relieved when Anno turned back around. I looked back to the blackboard as well, hoping that what I'd seen had just been a hallucination. But...
放課後、屋上に来てね。
Come to the roof after school, Kay. It wasn't, and now new words had appeared on the board. Oh, fuck this. I wasn't as alarmed as I'd been the first time, and thought it was still creepy. The letters were a bit too cute to really be scary. Do they have to drip like that though?
来てくれないと呪うよ。どうしろっていうのよ。
If you don't, I'll curse you. Did she cross out a K? Okay. When the bell signaling the end of 6th period rang, I sighed and put my head in my hands, my elbows resting on my desk. It was a wretched final 2 periods after lunch. The mysterious blood writing continued popping up endlessly the whole time. Oh fucking god. On the blackboard, and in the end it even showed up in my notebook too. The only reason I wasn't already collapsed on the desk was because the writing was now painted across the pages. Even though the writing was splashed across it, I could still copy things down from the blackboard, and when I timidly pressed the fingers to the letters, it came away clean. So it wasn't as though I would get blood all over my face if I laid my head down, but I wasn't exactly eager to do it. So I just covered my face to avoid looking at anything.
ユナ、大丈夫？平気、大丈夫。
And I was fine. I'd gotten used to it. I'd been surprised again when the writing had also appeared on my notebook, but I had gotten used to that too, though it was still creepy. After 2 periods, I was almost able to laugh at it. I'd found myself about to write "buzz off" in my notebook in response. Am I actually pretty bold? Yeah, a little bit.
ホームルーム終わったらさっさと帰ろう。なんかそうした方がいいよ、ユナ。
Do you want the ghost to follow you home? If not, you should probably go to the roof. I wanted nothing more than that, really. But they'd been summoning me continuously for hours. If I just ignored them and went home, who knows what would happen to me. They'd said they would curse me, though I wasn't sure exactly what that meant.
ごめん、今日はちょっと用があるんだ。そう？でもさっさと帰った方がいいと思うんだけどな。
I think I want to go home and rest more than anything, but I can't. The spooky ghosts don't want me to.
昼休みはちょっと具合悪いかもって思ったけど、気のせいだったみたいだし。平気よ。ありがとう。そう？ならいいんだけど。
Anno knows I don't like people hanging around me too much at school, and yet she was still that concerned for me. I felt bad for worrying her so much about something she couldn't see. Hurry up and come back when homeroom ends, okay? If you go home, I'll curse you. The message was written clearly on the pages of my notebook. Yes, yes, I understand. After homeroom, I picked up my bag and left the classroom. Of course, my destination is the roof. I got it. Really? I get it already. I understand. What I had seen during lunch wasn't a dream, and it wasn't a hallucination. It was reality. The voices I'd heard when I'd eaten that candy. The two I'd seen when I turned around. That had been real. In other words, they were here. These two were real ghosts.
ようこそ。よく来てくれたわね。
もう遅い。
Hi, Cat. It's going well. I had a sudden urge to play another visual novel, so that's what we're doing today. We're playing Kindred Spirits on the Roof. I hope your day's been good, Cat. Bum, bum, bum.
そう。遠見ゆなさんっていうのあなたは。
So, oh yeah, it was Sachi and Megumi. I could clearly hear her asking my name and clearly see her figure now.
なんかちょっと変な名前。
This one I checked. It's only meant to be like 20 hours because it doesn't have separate routes. It's a single linear path. There are some decisions, but those decisions unlock extra content, like little extra stories, if you make the correct ones. I think it's pretty normal. We'd exchanged names with each other, along with some simple introductions.
あら、いい名前だと思うわ。
So Enoki Sachi. The one in the black sailor uniform was Enoki Sachi-san. She'd passed away 80 years ago in her third year.
そうかな。まあ、サチさんがそう言うならいいかもって思うけど。
And the one in the white sailor uniform was Nagatani Megumi-san. She passed away 30 years ago in her first year. The two of them are indeed genuine spirits. Sachi-san died in an accident, Megumi-san of illness, and they'd both had proper funerals, or so they told me. So then why were they still lingering here?
私たちはね、二人ともこの学校に通っていたの。そして卒業する前に死んでしまったの。
気づいたらこの屋上で幽霊になっていたのよね。そしてめぐみはサチさんと運命の再会を果たせたのよ。
The fateful reunion? Would you really call that fate?
私もめぐみも強く思い残したことがあって、それで成仏できなかったのね。
Also, it's going alright. I have a headache again, I know why. It'll be gone by tomorrow at least. My dad is just once again annoyed me royally, but I'll get payback. You get chocolate. I can't even after work on my insurance shop. They decided to nearly double the price on me. Yeah, that's pain. Doubling the price on insurance? Yeah, fuck that.
だからその思いに深く結びついたこの学校で幽霊になってしまったの。
自爆霊ってやつだよね。まあ、めぐみは幸さんと一緒にいられるようになったからよかったんだけど。
Okay. And what were those regrets exactly?
私たちね、二人とも
We were supposed to be doing a specific work task today, see? I checked it couldn't be done at the weekend. I planned with the FC for a night around it, and now it's being put off till the weekend. Fucking ick. That's the worst, where you're like, it's like, oh, it can only be done at this time, and then they're like, we're gonna push it back when you've already made plans for the weekend around it.
女の子が好きだったの。
Okay. What?
女の子が好きで大好きで、その思いを強く抱えたまま死んでしまったから、こうして幽霊になっているの。
Yeah, go elsewhere at that point.
めぐみも幸さんのことが大好きで幽霊になったのよ。
ありがとうめぐみ。私もめぐみのことが大好きよ。
Huh? What? What is with these two?
あなたたちってそのレズの人？そういういやらしい言い方しないでほしいな。めぐみと幸さんはもっと綺麗な関係なんだから。
レズ？
From 80, yeah, if she died 80 years ago.
女性同士の同性愛者のことですよ、幸さん。そうじゃなくて、もっと他に言い方あるでしょ。ほら、S とか。
S？
What does she mean by S?
シスターの S ですよ。
Ah.
そうなんだ。初めて知った。
I don't know if that's a thing.
あれ？なんで知らないのよ。
最近はもうちょっと綺麗な言葉があったはずよ。なんだったかしら。ほら、花に例えて。
Yeah, I was like, I feel like it's not a thing.
あ、ゆり？
そう、それ。そんな風に言っていたのを聞いたことがあるわ。
Yeah, so this is a Yuri game, by the way. Like, all of the relationships, I believe, are Yuri. These days. Oh, right. These two died a pretty long time ago. Huh.
ゆりいいわね。綺麗な花よね。あ、そうね。
Oh, the way to yeah. Yeah, they're roommates.
私たち幽霊じゃなくてゆり霊だったのね。
And this, they said the name. The Kindred spirits on the roof. Excuse me?
素敵、幸さん。
I feel like it's a wordplay of some kind. Really? You're okay with that?
まあ、なんとか大体わかったけど。
I'm probably...
つまり、あなたたち二人は恋人同士なんでしょ？
Let's go.
そうね。
それなのになんでまだ二人とも幽霊やってるの？
ユリレイよ。
Do we really have to?
めでたくその女の子の恋人ができたんでしょ？それで成仏できなかったの？
Yeah, but if they pass on, then they won't be able to be together.
うん
I don't.
うん。
Huh. They went all quiet.
そうね。確かに私にはめぐみという可愛い恋人ができたわ。でも本当はそれだけじゃ満足できなかったみたいなの。
なんで？
確かに思いの通じ合う恋人はできたけど、やっぱりこの思いを確かめ合うことを知らずには成仏できないのよ。
What do they mean by that?
それって
もうはっきりと言わせないでよ。めぐみはサチさんと心も体も一つになりたいの。
Ah.
それって。
あ、何考えてるのよ、エッチ。
I feel called out. I feel called out.
考えてるのはあなたの方でしょ。
Because I think my mind was going the exact same way. Were you the ones who were just talking about how pure your relationship is?
でもまあそういうことなの。私もめぐみも体まで一つになってやっと思い残すことなくこの空の高いところまで行ける気がするのよね。
Well, the thing is, it's only our character who can see them, so they don't need a 10. I think I can feel my brain melting. Well, at least they're trying to pass on instead of just sticking around as ghosts.
ああ、そうなの。それじゃあさっさと成仏できるようにやっちゃえばいいじゃない。
それがね。
だってめぐみたち二人ともやり方がわからないんだもの。
Okay. Yeah. How it's done?
あなたは知らない？
知るわけないでしょ、そんなこと。
やっぱりいつも一人で屋上に来ているから恋人なんていないだろうと思っていたけど。
Please? Mercy? Oh, give me a break. I mean, I don't, but... And this is a girls' school, you know? Even if I had a boyfriend, I wouldn't be able to have lunch with him here. And I've never even thought about having a girlfriend. Cat. The one in black here has been dead 80 years. And she's been dead like 30 years. So... information was not as accessible back then. So I think this game was made in like 2016.
それで私への用ってそのことなの？だったらお役には立てないってことだけど。
What do you mean by the kind of thing Salt is into? What the fuck do you mean by that?
サチさんやっぱりって言ったでしょ。このことではあんたが役に立たなさそうってのが分かってたの。
You're a little shit, you are. You really are.
悪かったわね。それじゃあ何の用なの？
この学校にもね、私たちと同じように秘めた恋心を抱えたまま思い悩む女の子がいるのよ。
Are we gonna be Are we just gonna be a wingman for other couples?
でもあと少しの勇気が、ほんのちょっとしたきっかけが足りなくて踏み出せない子がいるの。
I feel like that's what's happening here. We're gonna be playing Cupid.
私たちは幽霊だから、そういう子に何もしてあげることができなかった。でも
やっと私たちの声を聞いてくれる人ができたものね。
Ah, do they mean...
あなたには私たちの代わりにそういう子たちの背中をちょっと押してあげるお手伝いをしてほしいのよ。
Okay. So this is how this is going. So I knew that our character wasn't like gonna be dating people, but I see this is how we're doing it.
キューピッドをやってほしいってことなの。
We're gonna help other relationships.
え？
The info doesn't need to be accessible, but they're both women. No way, I can't do that.
あなたのほんのちょっとで思いを通じ合える相手を捕まえることができる子がきっといるはずよ。
But the cat, they're naive. They don't know what they don't know what to do. They need help. Why should I have to butt into their business like that?
今日もきっといるはずよ。この時間ならまだきっと。
Women know how to please other women, yeah. That's probably the best way to phrase it.
ああ、あの子ね。うん、そうね。めぐみ、私ちょっとユナさんをあの子のところに案内してくるわ。
ちょっと、私はこんなことに首を突っ込む気は全然。
あら、断る気？
I don't think you can turn the spooky ghost down.
当たり前でしょ、こんなこと。
This isn't gonna end well.
あんた、これから毎日私からのメッセージを見ながら授業を受けたいんだ。
あれはあんたか。
Of course it was her.
あれだけじゃないよ。もっと本格的に呪っちゃってもいいんだけど。
Oh boy. Let's appease the spooky ghosts. That's underhanded.
まあまあめぐみ、無理強いしてもよくないわ。そうね、今日だけ。今日だけ私たちに付き合ってくれない？それから私についてきて見てほしいの。私たちが見つけた女の子の姿を今日だけ、これからほんの少しの時間だけでいいわ。
Who wants to turn down the ghost anyway? Honestly, if you're gonna be single, I don't know, may as well play wingman. I'm gonna need a drink after this.
ねえ、それさえも断る気？
Yes, being single isn't a bad thing. Fine, I get it. I'll go along with you. For just a few minutes today only. But that's it.
分かったわ。でも今日だけよ。
それでいいわ。それじゃあ案内してあげる。ちょっと行ってくるわね、めぐみ。
はーい、いってらっしゃい、幸さん。
No, it's not. But if you're single, it puts you in the idle spot to wingman for mates when the situation occurs is all. You can do that when you're also in a relationship. Being a wingman is not a solitary role. You can do it at any time. Sachi-san walked off towards the entrance to the roof. More floated, I suppose, like a ghost would. Huh. Megumi-san's staying here?
ほら、幸さんが待ってるでしょ。早く行きなさいよ。
あ、うん。
What's that about? Well, whatever. I followed Saji-san over to the stairs. It's easy when it's single, I found. Oh boy. When I opened the door, Sachi-san remained where she was for some reason, saying to me,
行き先は奥校舎よ。先に入り口で待っているわ。
あ、はい。
Bam, ba, bam, bam. We're not going together?
よく見てあげてね。私たちと同じ思いを抱えたこの姿を。そしてよかったらほんのちょっと手伝ってあげて。
Okay. I really have no intentions of doing that though. Sachi-san's smile was genuine and gentle as she spoke.
ほら、こっちよ。
Okay. Let's do a quick save. Yes, I have saves previously, but that was just like testing the game out. But yeah. We'll do a quick pause here as the ads roll in. So far, I'm enjoying this more than I was enjoying Clan Ad. But I'm guessing it... I don't know why, though. But it's actually... It's a nice little spin on things. Maybe burnout on it. But even when I first started, I wasn't really as engaged as I am with this one. Yes. My throat. Why you do this to me? But yeah, I'm enjoying it. And I think the linear like setting is nice. So there's no like routes we have to go down. It's just a single linear story with like little side bits if you make the correct choices. There's another one I can play as well. Thinking about it, I've got another one called Highway Blossom, which I can play. That's another Yuri one. I don't have a pattern though. But yeah, this one I had on my wishlist for a while, but I was always like debating on getting it. But then when it went on sale again, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna get this. But then it just sat there, just installed but not played. So I suddenly got the urge to do it today. Yeah, sales throw win as usual. I normally just, what I'll do is I never, on Steam, I never buy things when they first come out. I like wish list them and then buy them when they go on sale. Because also, with new games, it's actually better to wait because then they will patch out a lot of the problems. So you can grab it on sale when the game is actually patched and not a broken mess. Okay, welcome back from the ads, guys. Let's continue, shall we? I buy things when they first come out occasionally, but only occasionally. Slime Rancher 2 and Silk Song, for example. Yeah, that's fair. After we met at the entrance to the inner building, Sachi-san walked ahead of me down the hallway. Her movement was completely natural. But her feet didn't reach the floor, instead hovering inches above it. We seemed to be about the same height, but her head rose just a bit above mine from the floating.
ここよ。この角から見てみて。あんまり身を乗り出さないでね。彼女に見つかっちゃうから。
Okay, so we're gonna see the first one. So she said, I stood on the stairs where they meet the hallway and quietly peeked out into the hall. And I saw a girl standing there against the wall, right next to one of the third year classrooms. Her skirt was red, giving her away as a first year. One who'd just begun school a few weeks ago. A girl I'd never seen.
女の子がいるの見える？
So this is the first one we're helping. I doubted the girl would be able to see Sachi-san, but she stayed back there with me on the stairs, maybe to keep me company. I was a little disturbed by Sachi-san's transparent body slightly overlapping with my own though.
あの子が何をしようとしているのかわかる？
Looks like she's trying to give back a handkerchief she was given. Or is that a love letter? That could be a love letter. What is she doing? She'd stayed out of the classroom the whole time we've been watching her, merely glancing inside every so often. Maybe she has some business with an upperclassman inside. If that's it, she should just go in.
あの子が手に持っているもの、わかるかしら？
Yeah, it looks more like the texture of a love letter than anything.
ちょっとよくわからない。
Now that she's mentioned it, it did look like the girl was clutching something to her chest, as if she'd held some precious object. I couldn't tell what it was from the distance, and it wasn't her bag, it was smaller.
手紙なの。
Okay, yeah.
手紙？ああ。
It did sort of look like a letter now. A letter? A first year holding a letter in her hands after school, petrified before a classroom door. Could it be?
そう。あの子、あのクラスの女の子に自分の書いた手紙を渡したいのよ。もちろん、手紙の中身はわかるでしょ？
まさか、ラブレター？
Okay, I have to know, are love letters an actual thing or is it just a cliche? Oh, saw enough of them in my school days, not aimed at me for the record. There's actually kind of a funny story attached to that fact even. Wait, so that's a real thing that people did?
そう。でも今教室の中には渡したい子の旧友が残っていてね。だからあの子はずっとあそこで中に入っていけず困っているわけ。あの子が手紙を渡したい子は今はいないんだけどね。だからカバンか机に手紙を置いていきたいみたい。でも他の子が残っているから入っていけないのよ。ねえゆなさん。
何？
あの子もうどれくらいこうしているかわかる？
Has she been there the whole time since school ended? How long has it been since classes ended today?
30分くらい？
外れ。先々週の月曜日からずっとなの。もうずっと放課後毎日ああしているのよ。
Bruh. Oh yeah, back in my school days, people did anyway. Not quite in the same way as this, however. Very rarely people would sneak letters into those little plastic drawers we all had in primary. In secondary, there were a few stories the same with lockers. The main thing came about on Valentine's Day. Right, Valentine's Day.
先々週ってそんなに？
I've never had to worry about that.
ええ。直接渡す勇気はまだ持てないから、そっと手紙を置いてくるチャンスをずっと伺ってるの。ねえゆなさん。
はい。
Do you want us to help her by getting the people out of the room?
あの手紙を書くことだってあの子にとってはとても勇気を振り絞ってのことだったんじゃないかしら。こうやって毎日ここに来ることだって。そしてもしあの手紙を置いてくることができたら、あの子は次にどんな勇気を出すのかしら。私はね、ああいう子たちのほんの少しの勇気を後押ししてあげたいの。手伝ってあげたいの。
But my primary and secondary had events for Valentine's Day because they knew dumb kids would do dumb shit otherwise. Both cases, it was a way to anonymously send cheap flowers, chocolates, and letters. There were multiple years where literally everyone in my class at both schools got things except me. We never had anything like that. Like, ever.
あそこにいる子のあの真剣な顔、あれを見たら何もできない自分がとても歯がゆく思えるわ。
Let's help her. Come on, Yuna, let's do it. She's right. If the classroom were empty, that girl would probably find the courage to go inside. If it were empty, the reason she'd been waiting outside is because of the people hanging out in there. For 2 whole weeks now.
つまり教室の中に残っている人たちが出てくればいいわけよね。
Let's pull the fire alarm, am I right?
ええ、そうだけど。
Don't do that. Don't pull a fire alarm to get people out of the room.
ちょっと試してみるわ。
I sucked in a breath, putting together the words I would say. And
ねえ、ちょっと誰か、校舎の中に犬が入ってきてる。
you were lucky for it, honestly. The secret letter sending was one thing, but being honest, watching the entire class get things get us, yeah. That's probably why they didn't do it, is because of stuff like that. Also, if someone said there was a doggo in the school building, I would 100% go to see it. I shouted, putting on a bit of a voice.
ちょっとユナさん。
I glanced back into the hallway again, ignoring Sachi-san's look of wide-eyed surprise. Did it work?
あら。
I'd caught their interest with that shout, just as I expected to. 3 Verges emerged from the classroom, chatting as they jogged my way. They paid no mind to the first year standing frozen by the door.
うまくいった。ちょっと隠れましょう、サチさん。
ええ。
I'd love that approach, just shout something to get their attention. I stole a quick glance back into the hallway. Just long enough to see the girl slip into the classroom.
なんとかあの子、教室には入れたみたい。
Still never getting flowers, actually. I still have a bit of a distaste for Valentine's Day, but hey, chocolate sells after, you know. Yep. Valentine's and after Valentine's and after Easter are the best times to get chocolate. Because they have the clearance sale of all the chocolate.
ええ、すごいわユナさん。
You forgot after Halloween. True. That's also a great time.
別に大したことじゃ。
But the thing, Halloween, I see, like for Halloween, I see less chocolate going on sale, and it's more like the gummy sweets and stuff like that. Like the packets of Haribos and stuff like that is what I see on clearance, and not chocolates really. Really, it wasn't, but for some reason, I felt a slight satisfaction deep in my heart. Maybe it was just because I'd gotten to shout. That's what I decided to think anyway. The girls who'd come out of the classroom walked further down the hallway, talking about something. I'd snuck up the stairs to avoid them. That's why you plan to sell stock-ups per year. Yeah. I sighed inadvertently. Why on earth did I do that? The satisfaction had disappeared, replaced by a heavy feeling.
ありがとうユナさん。また屋上に戻ってきてくれる？
え？あ、はい。
I just wanted to go home, but I'd already replied to her by the time I realized it.
じゃあまた後でね。
Sachi-san said, passing straight through a window just like a ghost. That would be just... That would throw you just... Because you're just having a chat with this person, then they go floating out of a window. With another sigh, I head back down the stairs, and just then... That first year ran down the hallway toward me, from the direction of the classroom. She passed by me, and in that instant, I saw the expression on her face. She was bright red, and it almost looked like she was ready to burst into tears, yet she looked incredibly happy. Honestly, it wouldn't be the weirdest thing to happen in a convo ever. You know what? Yeah. With those little words, she ran off to the hallway connecting with the Hoshikan building. Valentine's is one of the most egregious holidays for making people feel like shit.
あ、やっと戻ってきた。もう遅いじゃない。
Trying to force people to conform to the societal norm of being in a relationship. Valentine's in general causes the most failed relationships due to people being desperate not to be alone. Causes people to get into relationships they wouldn't otherwise be in. It's by far the... Yeah. Honestly, on Valentine's, I don't really do it. Or if I do anything, it's just giving stuff to friendos. Valentine's is good if you have a partner who doesn't like it or is like very much won't buy stuff for themselves, because it gives you a good excuse to be able to buy stuff for them and they won't complain as much. Like, there are some people who don't really follow it and then they're like, it gives them a good reason. Like, you should always do something extra. Valentine, like, doing something extra is always nice. Yeah. While some of us have to walk the way back up, Sachi-chan had already arrived on the roof.
おかえりなさい、ゆなさん。
Like, I still don't see a point. Like, I've got an example. My mum doesn't really like people spoiling her, but she's fine with it when it's on special occasions like birthdays, Christmas, and stuff like that. But normally she doesn't really like when people spoil her with stuff. So it's like, if you have a partner like that, then any day, which is like a special day for giving gifts, is a just makes it easier in a way. Because they will feel less bad about being spoiled on those days. I was a little winded from the climb up the stairs, but Sachi-san looked completely fine. Ghosts are unfair.
あの後ちょっとだけあの教室を覗いてきたの。あの子、ちゃんとカバンに手紙を入れることに成功したわよ。
That's fair, Zara. Yeah, it's just one of them things where it's special, like it's one of those special things for different people. Because everyone's gonna have their different views on it. Like, I tend to just, when I have a partner, is just gift things to them when it's like something that catches my eye and makes me think of them, then I'll get it to give to them, kind of thing. And then I go the extra mile on the special occasions.
それにしても素晴らしい起点だったわ、ユナさん。
Still the normal stuff as far as a bit nice or little gifts or what are based on. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, it's just like because you're expecting something on that, like it's expected for something to be done on that day. So it's like it kind of takes away some of the magic to it. So yeah, I get that. But I do agree, because it does take some of the magic away from it. Because it's like it's expected of to have something happen that day. So when you listen to after stream, so that explains how I see things like this. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be happy to listen to it.
はあ、どうも。
The compliments did nothing to improve my mood.
やっぱり私の目に狂いはなかったわ。ユナさん、あなたとてもすごい人なのね。
え
これからもずっとお手伝いお願いできるかしら。
Oh, because we succeeded, we're gonna get roped into it more.
今日だけって話だったじゃない。
What on earth is she saying? She was right about me. They would have taken anyone who could see them.
今日だけなんてもったいないわ。ぜひ明日からもお願いしたいの。
To me, it just comes across as a way to not worry about scheduling for one of the things you do for your partner. You both know something will happen, big or small, just not what, so you aren't thinking, I was gonna get done. Yeah, I guess it does make it easier to plan things. Because it's like there's a set day. But yeah, I'm not really big on the Valentine's. Because it's like a forced, it feels forced.
Uh, ちょっとそんなの。
Doesn't mean I won't do something for them, it's just it just feels a little bit eh. Because like any gesture you do, it's gonna be tagged on with, oh, you only did it because it was like Valentine's and stuff like that. Depending on the person.
断る気？
脅さないでよ。私本当にあんな手伝いなんてするつもりなくって。
でも手伝ってくれたでしょ。
あれは仕方なく。
We didn't actually have to help them back then, we just chose to help. I really didn't mean to. No, seriously, why did I do that? I don't even know myself. I can't believe I stuck my nose into that girl's business like that. You seem just not arguing that. Yeah. Just isn't something that makes sense to me. Yeah, which is honestly fair.
お願いユナさん。
ね、こんなに頼んでるんだよ。
Yeah, I think Valentine's is just one of those things, like any kind of holiday, where everyone has their own approach about it, and none of them are wrong. It's just everyone has a different perspective on it. The people who are wrong are the ones who tried to push their view onto other people, on like, this is what you should do for it, rather than just respecting their opinion of it.
私にも都合ってものが、その。
But it is always nice to see other people's perspectives on things, on how they do it. Yeah. Yeah, it's like screw what's expected of you. It's what works for your partner and you. Yeah. People will always just... Well, that's because on the internet, people will just look for an excuse to fight. And Valentine's is one of those ones which people will just fight on because they can.
そう、仕方ないわね。
Has she given up?
それじゃあ一晩だけよく考えてくれないかしら。そして明日答えを聞かせてくれない？
No, she hasn't. I suppose I can at least think about it though. Yeah, because how Valentine's was with my relationship when I had one was I'm not really that big on it, but they were, so I respected that and treated it with the respect it deserved. And made a thing of it.
わかったわ。一晩だけ考えさせて。
心変わりしない？
考えさせてって言ってるの。それでダメだったら諦めてよ。本当に。
Oh boy, we're getting roped into this.
ええ、それでいいわ。ゆっくり考えてね。
明日いい返事してね。でないと。
Oh boy. Seriously, can I at least think about it? She was really gonna curse me? Please, chill, Megami. Chill.
ゆなね、おかわり。
はいはい。
So much had happened that I was having trouble processing it, but I managed to return to my routine somehow. I thought it over as I took Hina's bowl from her and filled it with a second helping of rice. I've seen and spoken with spirits for the first time in my life, and they'd even asked me for an extraordinary favor. I really admit part of my fail if it is. I'd quite like to have an actual happy memory or two for it to overlay. Yeah, that's honestly valid. Like, you've had because you've had bad experiences with it, you want to be able to, like, overwrite them. After convincing them to allow me at night to make a decision, I'd gone home, my head practically bursting with the mess. Maybe that was for the best, since I don't think I'd have been able to organize it. In the end, I went shopping on the way home as I always did, made dinner, and was now here eating with Hina. Her bowl refilled, Hina took it back from me and resumed scarfing down her rice energetically. Hina, my childhood friend, Komano Hina. Our houses are next to each other, and we've known each other since she was born. My mother and Hina's mother both work as nurses in the same hospital, so Hina comes over to our house to eat when they both have night shifts on the same day. She's a year younger than me and just started school at okay, what a name. Kokonotsu Boshi School, Boshi Girls Academy of Commerce this spring, like I did last year. She joined the track and field team off the bat and came home hungry from it again today.
どうしたの？ルナね。
Exactly, one day I'll be on standby and get to, not in a drastic way or anything, just like me and a partner making some silly cookies, and cakes and snacks. Yeah. Yeah, you'll get there eventually, Cat.
何？
When it happens, you know?
なんか今日黙ってばっか。
She is tiny. Either she is tiny or Yuna is tall.
そうかな。
She may be right. I don't think I've been totally lost in thought, but my mind is still sort of a mess. I don't really remember saying much to her after getting home. One day being when my health is stable, probably.
今日は部活どうだった？
Yeah, that's fair, Cat.
うん。いっぱい走った。
そう。味付けどう？失敗してない？
That's every other day of the year.
うん、美味しい。
But no, I don't know. But that's normally Valentine's Day when you see those. Because as Zara said, a lot of people break up on that on Valentine's Day. Or is it it's either Valentine's Day or is it White Day? Is that what it's called? Because there's the one after Valentine's Day.
そう。
Yeah, there is one after Valentine's Day. Hold on. What? I can't remember what it's called. But it's the when... Because Valentine's is like you giving someone, and then there's one afterwards for giving back. Is it? Okay, so it's celebrating, it's not in like, it's in Asian countries. White Day is a holiday celebrated on March 14th in East Asia, particularly Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, where men reciprocate gifts to women who gave them gifts on Valentine's Day. This isn't good. I can barely carry on a conversation.
ごめん。ちょっと今、考え事をしていて。
Yeah. And the only reason I know that exists is because of anime and stuff like that, because they have it in anime. Which makes sense if it's like a Japanese thing.
平気。気になっただけだから。考え事してるなら、私のこと気にしなくていいよ。
ごめん。食べ終わったら言ってね。デザート出してあげるから。
Dessert? Nom noms. It's nice that Hina doesn't pry like this. After thanking her, my thoughts drifted back to today, to what the ghosts asked me to do, and to what I did for that first year girl. Why on earth did I do that? It was none of my business. It was just meddling. But her face when I passed by her in the hallway. So happy on the verge of tears, finally having done what she'd been waiting weeks to do. Her first year, the same as Hina, huh? Could they know each other? Also, that means Yuna's second year, okay. If I help those ghosts, will I end up doing more things like I did today? I can't say much. I had homemade... I don't really have puddings, like desserts. We normally just have like the normal meals. The only time we really have a dessert is when we go out to a restaurant or something. Also, girls can have romantic relationships with other girls. Things those girls haven't even asked me to do. But...
ゆなね、ごちそうさま。
ああ、もういいの？
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, if you're trying to... Yeah, just you want to eat as much as possible then. But you eat the right things.
お腹いっぱい。
Hina's adorable. I want to give her head pats. I looked down at the table to find that Hina had cleared her plate. Looks like I gave her just the right amount.
じゃあデザート出してあげるわね。いちご安かったの。どうやって食べたい？
そのままでいい。
はいはい。
I opened the fridge door and pulled out the chilled strawberries. I'd just have them plain too.
ゆなね、考え事してるの？
So when I have strawberries, I normally have them plain. But if they are like a little bit tart, then I'll have a bit of sugar with them to balance it out. Be so surprised how difficult it is sometimes to do that. So my metabolism is shot. Strawberries have such a weird texture, but it's fun making them into jam. I honestly want to make my own jam at some point, but I want to make chili jam because I would be the only one in the house to eat something like that because my family aren't really versed to spicy stuff. But I kind of want to make some at some point.
ちょっとね。 大したことじゃないんだけど。
Because I just make my own kind. I make like a just an impromptu chili jam if I want to have it, on by just sprinkling chili flakes on it after I spread out the jam. But I'd like to just have one which is that. When I was little, we grew an absolutely insane amount of strawberries and made jam for lack of other options. Golden raspberry jam. Nice. Yeah, we used to grow strawberries as well. We used to have a massive patch of them.
ちょっと面倒なお願いされてね。手伝おうかどうしようかって。
We should help them out. We gotta help the Yuri, you know?
そうなんだ。やっちゃえば。考えるよりまずやっちゃえば。
The woodlice keep eating them. Pain. We don't have any strawberries anymore. Or if we do, they're like... They just appear in the garden somewhere.
ひならしいわね。
But yeah, I might learn to make jam. It'd be fun.
うん。ゆな姉らしくだよ。
え？
ゆな姉、いつもそうしてたもの。中学の時とかは。
Also, Yuna was like very impulsive before.
そうだったかな。
うん。
Is that how it used to be? Did I used to just do it instead of worrying?
ゆな姉が思った通りにやればいいんだよ。
Why are my DMs exploding? Ah, Baldur's Gate, okay. Working out when people are free. Ah, naruhodo. Downside is the smell. Well, we have an extract fan, so that would help anyway.
そうかな。
What I want to do, huh? What do I want to do? Their request, that first year's face, the feeling I got after I shouted. Just buy a lot of jam sugar. A lot. They swirled around inside my head, on and on. I need to see what comes. What is this? Calendar screen. From the planner, you can view view new scenes or recall scenes you've already seen. Scenes that next sticker. Scenes that continue from a previous scene will have the next sticker on their top right. The next sticker will not appear for new scenes that are not connected to the previous scene or when you're rereading scenes. Okay, click the head opens up the background music. Picture stickers. Click the picture stickers to view CGs. Warning, you cannot save or load from the planner screen. The planner displays all previously viewed scenes. Okay. When stickers newly unlocked scenes will appear with a sticker on their dates. The bear sticker marks main story scenes centered around Yuna and the other main characters. Cherry stickers mark couple scenes from the couple's points of view. Blue bear stickers mark main scenes that haven't been read yet. Red stickers mark already viewed scenes. The word new will appear next to cherry stickers marking unread couple scenes. Daily memo scene list. Clicking a sticker will open a daily memo with all of that day's scenes. The main character for that scene, its title, and its classification, main, couple, read, unread, will be displayed. Clicking the scene button will start the scene. Scenes that you've already read can be replayed as many times as you want. By reading certain scenes, new scenes will appear on the planner. You can close the memo by clicking anywhere other than the scene button. Feels more I feel like, okay, so that, because it's red, that means we've already seen it. Okay, it's not as convoluted. Okay, so it sounds more convoluted than it actually is. They just work. So basically, stickers are going to appear on here. The bears mean its main story, and if it's blue, it hasn't been read yet. If it has been read, it's red. Red for being read. And then if it's got like a pink, was it like a pink heart or something? That's a side story for a couple that we've helped. And it's just basically see how the scenario turns out. So Kindred Spirits 2.
Konnichiwa. 考えてきてくれた?
Let's do it. While we're at it, let's do a quick save. This one's from like a test save, and the other one was a test save as well. My answer? The two I'd met yesterday were waiting for me when I came up to the roof with my lunch. They didn't hesitate to call out to me.
まあいろいろ考えたんだけど
In the end, I hadn't really been able to make up my mind. I'd turned it over and over in my head, and it hadn't got me anywhere. Eventually I asked myself, what do I do now? And remembered what Hina had said.
とりあえず手伝いはします
I'll just do it. If it doesn't go well, I'll worry about it then. After all of my thinking, what tipped the scales was the look on that girl's face and the words Hina had said to me. Yeah, like, it felt like it was a very wordy for no reason.
本当? 嘘だったら乗ろうからね
Can you stop trying to curse people?
嘘なんてつきません
ありがとう。承知してくれて嬉しいわ。
I like how it steers away from stereotypes as well. Because Sachi would be the one who would, in like any other scenario, would be the one to curse you.
でも一つだけ条件があります
But is Megami in this?
あら、何かしら。
私表だってこういうことするの苦手なんですだから昨日みたいに影からこっそりと
We're gonna be sneaky.
ああ、そういうこと。
The sneaky Cupid.
まあ確かに堂々とやることじゃないかもだし
No, if you started helping them out, there would be rumors about it, and then just you would not be. When those kind of rumors stop, you'll just be constantly bothered about it by people wanting you to help them matchmake.
それで十分よ。そっと背中を押してあげるだけでいいの。 お手伝いなんですもの。
And then if there was someone who was aiming for someone who you helped matchmake, then you'd have to deal with them as well, because they'd be out to get you for it.
あとは細かいことだけど、私家の手伝いがあるから毎日は無理です。特に水曜日は絶対ダメ。
わかったわ。できる時に手伝ってくれるだけでいいの。
そういうことならお手伝いします。
ありがとう。嬉しいわ。
Oh, the main MC's face is just so like, why am I getting dragged into this shit? Oh, that's great. Hold on. Look at her face. She's just like, what have I got myself into? Such a great face. The two of them clung to each other and leapt for joy. Well, I suppose they never had anyone who could see or hear them before. That must have been actually pretty damn lonely. Like, yes, they had each other, but that'd be a lonely existence. Looking at their happy faces seemed to lift a bit of the weight off my chest.
この学校にはね、いつの時代にも昨日のあの女の子みたいに胸に思いを秘めていた子がいっぱいいたの。あとほんの少しの勇気が出せなくて、ちょっとしたきっかけが足りなくて、その思いを抱えたまま卒業していた子がいっぱいいたのよ。
Okay.
ほんの少しのお手伝いでその子の気持ちが相手に伝わったのなら、結果はどうあれきっとそれはその子にとって忘れられないものになるわ。私とめぐみはね、ずっとそんな子たちのお手伝いがしたかったの。
Yeah, especially as that they've wanted to help the couples or help the girls actually find happiness with the people who they're crushing on, and they haven't been able to do anything about it. So they've just been watching people get heartbroken over and over again without being able to do anything as well. So that would have added to the powerlessness of the situation, which is why they are so locked in on having Yuna help them, because she's like the first person who has been able to see them.
ねえユナさん、私はね、その子たちの思いを無駄にしない、この学校がそんな風になってほしかったのよ。
はあ。
Well, that sounds reasonable, and I'm sure she really feels that way. It's not a bad thing to want, not at all. But why does it have to be romance between girls? Because Yuri is love, Yuri is life. Though I suppose that's inevitable, considering the circumstances that led to these two becoming ghosts.
素敵な女の子同士のカップルを増やしましょうね。頑張ろうね、ユナ。さあ、どの子の思いから解決しようかしら。まずは昨日のあの子ですよね。ええ、でもとりあえずは様子見ようね。相手の子が手紙を見てどう思うか見極めないと。
Okay, so they're gonna be observing that.
サチさんが見つけた子だもの。きっとうまくいきますよ。
So do they just wander around and just, when they get the vibe, then they just follow them more?
そうなるといいわね。
あとこないだサチさんが見つけたあの子たち。
ああ、あの3人組ね。
The group of 3? Wow, are there more girls like these two here? How are they finding them anyway? I don't get this stuff at all. Girl on girl romances, or these two ghosts. But
まあ少しずつやっていけばいいか。
何か言った？
いいえ、独り言。
Yuna is just so just like, what have I got myself into?
それじゃ今日から頑張っていきましょうね。この学園を恋する乙女たちの理想郷ユリトピアにするために。
Talking to Myself is a great Linkin Park song. I don't think I've heard that one. Or if I have, I don't remember the titles because I'm awful with titles of things.
サチさん素敵です。
うわ、それでいいんだ。
さあ今まで以上に頑張りましょうねめぐみ。ユリトピアのために。
Let us help build the Eurytopia.
はい、サチさんユリトピアのために。
ユナさんもよろしくね。
はーい。
I won't listen to it now, but I'll put it up.
ちょっと早まったかもしれないな。
So I fought, but the two ghosts were already celebrating in front of me. Like I said, so I find song lyrics in everything.
ユリトピ
Yeah, you really do. I didn't know what to say. We're helping the Eurytopia. Oh. So okay, so the cherry means this is a side story of the girl we helped out. Couple Saint 1. Okay. Let me I'll save this in a separate one. Okay, before we continue on, I'm going to take a quick break. So if you guys haven't already, you should also get up, hydrate, stretch, all that good stuff, and I'll be back in a moment. Alright, guys, I'm back. So, let us get back into this, shall we? Shirojo. Oh, God. Kokonotsu Boshi girls, a girls' school in a castle. Oh my. Even before I took the exams, I admired Kokonotsuboshi, Girls' Private Academy of Commerce, and since the entrance ceremony, I've pretty much been on cloud 9. I mean, I've really always wanted to go here. Uniforms are cute, and better than that, it's a school built on the site of an old castle. I'm like super excited just by that. I'm so glad I put all that effort into my studies. The tuition made my mum a little nervous, but my dad and brothers had my back. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, brothers. I owe you guys one. I mean, it's a school in a castle, you know? Who cares that it's a little far from the station? The walk up the hill kind of wears you out, though. Should I go make a PBJ? Yes. Yes. PBJs are always great. Especially with that smooth peanut butter. The campus is beautiful. And the Hoshikan is just so cute. Doesn't matter that it's a little old. It's fun just changing my shoes in the entryway in the morning. And I haven't been there yet, but the inner building behind the Hoshikan is wood frame and it's super charming too. I also want to go inside the Kumo Miyagura lodging house next to the auditorium where we had the entrance ceremony sometime. It's like they've just stuck new buildings onto the old ones. I can see why my dad liked it so much. He laughed at me for choosing a school for its architecture, saying I really must have been the daughter of a contractor, but it's just that great. What do you want from me? Those were the high spirits I carried into this school with me, and today I was a little lost because of the school buildings I so admired of all things. Yeah, I bet it's a maze. Where is this reference room? Yes, I couldn't find the reference room. It wasn't bad that I'd greeted my homeroom teacher when I saw her in the hallway before leaving. Yep, greetings are a good thing. She'd been carrying a large box in her arms. I'd actually been excited when she asked me to take it to the reference room for her. It meant I'd get to walk around the school after all. And the box in question wasn't really that heavy. It was a bit of an armful, but it probably wasn't even 5 kilos. However, yeah, that's light work. Where is the reference room? Okay, so do these people not have voice acting? That's completely fine with me. It's just, be ready for this now. So, Maki Sena. I had no idea where this reference room actually was. I mean, I'd found a reference room quickly enough. There's one on the same floor as my classroom after all. But my homeroom teacher had told me not to put it there. Then where? My teacher had already gone off somewhere else. Fucking teacher. That is the worst when someone does that. They're like, hey, go put this away, but not there. And it's like, but then where? Where? I didn't think there were any other reference rooms. At least, that was the only one on our school map. What should I do? Should I go to the faculty room and ask there? That was probably a good idea, but having been entrusted with the task, I didn't like the idea of having to go back for help. Oh, she's stubborn. She's stubborn. I don't even know where to start. Ah, geez. What do I do? Ah. And right when I sighed, I heard from behind me. Is something the matter? A voice. A very gentle sounding voice. Well... She was there when I turned around. A third year senpai in a green skirt. So does it go red, blue, green? Or... Yes, senpai was there. I don't know how to describe it. Meeting her was like fate. Aihara Miki. Yes, you'd normally think to go to the reference room on the first floor of the Oshikan building, wouldn't you? Aihara senpai had said with a laugh. Aihara Miki senpai, the kind third year who heard my sigh of frustration and responded with compassion. I asked for assistance as soon as she addressed me. Where am I supposed to take this? She kindly asked me to elaborate. She didn't seem disturbed at all when I was too flustered to explain properly. But then, when I took it there, she said that wasn't the right place, so I have no idea where I'm supposed to go. That's not your fault, Maki-san. You've only just started school here, right? Hi, Flagon. Right. After I gave her my name, my class, and what I'd been asked to do, she told me her name and said she'd show me where I was supposed to go. Thank goodness she was a kind senpai. There's another reference room in the inner building, though I suppose you might call it a storage room, really. But the teachers who have been here longest might still refer to it as a reference room now and then. Oh, I see. The inner building. I get to go to the inner building? My heart soared. I hadn't found an excuse to go there yet, since only third years have classes there, but I was really excited I'd finally get to see it. It was perfect, and this nice senpai was going to take me there. Are you okay carrying that? I could hold it for you. No, I'm totally fine. Ah, actually, I'm pretty strong. Are you? Heh. It looks like it. I'll take you there now then. Okay, thank you. Sorry that took so long. Oh, no, it's fine. I answered. But inside I was rather impressed, stunned even. We'd finally arrived at the inner building, and it hadn't been a simple trip. There were a lot of requests today. Huh? How do I say this? Aihara senpai's like amazing. Every few steps we took, someone would call out to her, and they all had some kind of favor they had to ask. Oh, is she like the dependable senpai? You gave Orion some peanut butter too? Nom noms. People asked her to deliver messages, provide assistance, to do something because the fence was wobbling or some shelf was broken. Huh, what's with this senpai? Why are so many people asking her to do things? Orion is a little gremlin, he really is. But he deserves the peanut butter. With each request, Senpai would make a note for herself, or even take care of it right then and there. She apologized each time, since we had to go out of our way for each request. I'm trying to prioritize showing you to the reference room as much as possible, but... Oh no, it's fine. I'm bothering you just as much as everyone else. Oh, it's no bother to show a new student around, she said, smiling. Wow, so cool. I definitely would have lost my patience before we made it halfway here. I mean, people were even asking her stuff they could easily do on their own. I thought she was being asked a few too many favors, but the way she took notes or finished them on the spot real quick was super cool. She just had this air of competency. It's just a little farther. The old reference rooms are the three at the end of this hallway. They're used for storage now. Oh, okay. She said to take it to the innermost reference room. I see. Ah, that's the room that's used the least. That wasn't very nice of your homeroom teacher. She should have told you where it was. She seemed pretty busy, I guess. Oh, that's a cluttered nightmare. Use the least. It did look like that. I could smell the dust even as we opened the door and see it everywhere when we turned on the lights. Did she say where to put it? No, I don't think so. Let's put it in the corner then. There's room for it on that shelf. Why don't you leave it there? Okay. I stepped into the room with some energy, excited to finally complete the task I've been entrusted with, and that I'd figured out where the reference room actually was. The space Senpai had indicated was at about chest height. I took careful steps over there, making sure to keep the box clear of any obstacles. There we go. I hoisted the box to my chest and shoved it onto the shelf. And that's that. When I turned around, Ihara Senpai was looking at me as if she were a little surprised. You really are stronger than you look, Maki-san. I was worried it was a little heavy, but you lifted it before I could offer any help. Oh, I'm confident in my strength. This is where she would do like the little flex thing. According to my dad and brothers, it's charming that I'm strong at my size, though I'm not sure if I should be happy about that. Thank you so much, Ihara Senpai. You're welcome. Oh, wait a moment, Maki-san. Ihara Senpai stopped me before I could leave the reference room. There's dust all over your left arm. You must have brushed past something. Huh. Oh, you're right. Now that she mentioned it, I noticed a light coating of dust on the left sleeve of my blouse, and some even scattered on the hem of my vest. It looked like I'd brushed something, just like Ihara Senpai had said. Man, that's embarrassing. I hurriedly tried to pat the dust off. But Senpai gently brushed my hand away. Oh, there's voice acting here. Okay. It wasn't as if she'd grabbed my hand or anything. She'd just brushed it slightly. Yet, I was frozen still.
服にも髪にもついてしまうわ。あ、はい。
I stood still in front of Senpai as she removed a handkerchief from her pocket.
ちょっと動かないでね。今取ってあげるから。
She said, bringing the cloth against my sleeve. She took my hand, gently lifted my arm, and wiped the dust from my blouse. I could feel the handkerchief sliding down my arm with the movement of Senpai's hand.
なんだろう。なんかドキドキする。
I do like that there's a lot of voice acting in this. Senpai's face was inches from mine, only a little above it. Her expression made her look so much more grown up than I felt. She was looking down on my arm, and the way her eyes narrowed ever so slightly was just beautiful somehow. She looked so mature.
それにね、こういうホコリは手で勢いよく払うと汚れが服に残っちゃったりもするのよ。あ、はい。このブラウス、できたらクリーニングに出しておいてね。はい。
She was even taking time to worry about my blouse. She's amazing. Her fingers were so slender and pretty, and her handkerchief had a cute little design and was folded so neatly. And wait, her handkerchief?
あ、ごめんなさい。先輩のハンカチ汚れちゃう。
You don't need to worry about that.
私の使ってください。私のなら汚れちゃっても大丈夫なんで。いいのよ、そんなこと。私はよくハンカチも汚したりすること多いから、ほこりくらい気にしないで。
Ah.
でもほら、動いちゃダメよ。はい。
They're so adorable. She said, laughing a little, and I was frozen again. So I just stood still and watched Senpai gently wipe the dust from my clothes. It was all I could do. That whole time.
なんかドキドキして止まんない。
I felt like my heart was throbbing through my entire body, and my face was strangely hot.
はい、これでおしまい。ありがとうございます。どういたしまして。明日でもいいから担任の先生にはこの部屋のどこに荷物を置いたのか伝えておいてね。
Yeah, we'll let them know.
はい。
Also let them know they're a prick for what they did. I nodded, still kind of spaced out. Spaced out, but still feeling the pounding of my heart. Until after I'd thanked Senpai and said goodbye, it didn't miss a single beat. Okay. Oh, and then I guess to signify. Hold on. Don't think you guys can see it. So to signify that it's done, it has a bite out of the cherry. That's how it indicates that it's been done. So the next one, Saint 2. The day after that encounter, I started my exploration of the school in earnest. in order to find Aihara Senpai, of course. Though it was difficult for a first year like me to just stroll into the inner building where the third year classrooms were, I wandered around the campus whenever I could, meaning mostly during lunch and after school. And my enthusiasm was quickly rewarded, but I'd have to say it was simply because Aihara Senpai was walking around the school even more than I was. And she was always taking care of some errand for someone. It was nice that I found her so quickly, but when I saw how busy she always was, I couldn't bring myself to stop her to thank her. Do you know, I've never had... Well, grape jam isn't a big thing in the UK, but strawberry jam is, which is what I have with the PB&Js. But more than that, whenever I found her, my face would get hot and my heart would start to beat like crazy for some reason. I could barely stop myself from running off somewhere, let alone bring myself to speak to her. And while this went on for a while, I gradually became aware of more and more of Senpai's amazing qualities. Do you think a PB&J would be good with a chili jam? If it's like a strawberry chili jam? I learned her name that day, Aihara Miki Senpai. It's a wonderful name. I knew that she was a third year. She hadn't told me what class she was in, but it hadn't taken me long to find that out. In any case, what I'm trying to say is that Senpai is basically famous. The vice president of the Beautification Committee. This is some big word. The Beautification Committee is in charge of maintaining the tools and equipment of the school. In other words, the members are expected to do a little of everything. Aihara Senpai is an especially famous member for accepting any task and completing them all with speed and efficiency. She's even been nicknamed the Saint of Shirojo. A saint. How cool is that? I remember Senpai being asked all sorts of favors that day, big ones and small ones. And she took care of all of them, either completing them on the spot or writing them down for later, without a single word of complaint. I bet she did a whole bunch more after we parted too. And I learned something else while I was walking around the school looking for her. Her name's even begun to reach the first years like me, who only started here a few days ago. Ha! Senpai turned out to be a really amazing person. Okay. Also, we're just like getting little bits and pieces. So this was April 23rd. The next one, Saint Free. Ha. The second Monday after that day, I met Aihara Senpai, about 2 weeks since I started walking around the school trying to find her. I finally, after school, written it. My bag was in my hands, but I dropped my head onto the desk. Inside my bag was the letter I'd stayed up late last night writing. I started writing it because I wanted to properly thank her. That's right, I'd been planning on finding her somewhere in school and thanking her in person. but that had proved nearly impossible to do. So I thought I could at least write a letter to express my gratitude. Why then? Why did I write that I wanted to meet her in person so I could tell her something? I had, for some reason, I had written that, and that letter was inside my bag right now. It's almost like this is a love letter, isn't it? How had it ended up like this? I started the letter with "Thank you very much for the other day." But for some reason, I'd started listing all of Senpai's amazing qualities. And I'd written that I hadn't been able to speak with her in person since then, too. At the end, I'd finished with, "Please meet with me so I can tell you my feelings." Doesn't this mean she'll read this letter and think I like her? Oh, is this a misunderstanding? No, that's fine. I mean, I guess I really do like her. But it's like admiration or something, right? It's that kind of like, right? Or did I write this letter because I've really fallen for her? Ugh, I don't know. Maki-san, I'm going to practice. See you. Oh, are they friends? Are Maki and Hina friends? My head snapped up when someone suddenly said my name. When I looked toward the voice, I saw Kamano-san staring back from the seat next to me, a surprised look on her face. I feel like I'm gonna be sitting here and repeatedly wanting to shake these people while shouting at them. Sorry, were you sleeping? Did I wake you up? Oh no, I was awake. Practice, right. Do your best. You guys didn't see it, but I gave a thumbs up when I said do your best, and then Hina just gave a thumbs up back. Kamano-san, she's been in a tracksuit every day since the entrance ceremony. Well, the school is pretty lax about dress code, and it's not like she's wearing her own clothes, since it's school issued. The teachers haven't really gotten on her case about it. Is it because she's on the track team? She sort of stands out. We sit next to each other, so we tend to have short exchanges like this when we're leaving or whatever. Ah no, right now I need to worry about this letter. What should I do? I mean, it's already written down. I just have to get Senpai to read it, right? I don't care about what I ended up writing in it. The point is that I've written it, so now I want Senpai to read it. I don't care what she'll think about me afterwards. I just want her to read it. But how should I give it to her? I can't just hand it to her. I'm sure I'd get too nervous to do that. Should I go the traditional route and leave it in her shoe locker? No, that wouldn't work. The lockers here don't have doors, so everyone would find out the minute I left it there. Then what? I thought and came to a conclusion. I'd sneak into Aihara-senpai's classroom when she wasn't there to put the letter in her bag or in her desk. But it's in the inner building. I'm kind of nervous. The inner building only has third year classrooms. Naturally, the only people in the hallways were third years too. It was intimidating for a first year like me who just started school a few weeks ago to wander there alone. But I worked up the courage and walked straight toward Aihara-senpai's classroom. I already knew which desk was hers, the fourth from both the front and the window. It's also pretty scary that it's right in the middle of the classroom. I took a stealthy glance into the classroom. Oh, there are people in there. Inside were 4 third years sitting right next to Senpai's desk, talking about something. Oh, come on. Why are there people here? Well, it wasn't particularly strange for them to be there. They appeared to be happily chatting about this or that. Oh, they had snacks laid out too. It doesn't really look like they're leaving anytime soon. I decided to wait for an opening. But the third years kept talking on and on. They were making no move to leave. What should I do? I couldn't just stroll in and put the letter in Senpai's desk with a bunch of people watching. And what if she came back while I was standing outside waiting? I wouldn't be going to all this trouble if I were able to just give her the letter directly. I came here because I can't do that. I guess I should give up for today. My timing just happened to be off. Thinking that, I reluctantly walked away from Senpai's classroom. Tomorrow I'll leave the letter there. So I decided. And then it was like 2 weeks, right? But that decision didn't end up bearing fruit. Neither on the next day, nor the day after that. Someone always stayed behind in Aihara Senpai's classroom after school. Sometimes the same people as the first day, sometimes different people. Thank you for the stretch. And the hydrate. And the posture check. Fishy time. Fishy time should work. Wait, hold on. What? Don't do this to me, fishy time. Hold on. Has it done the thing where it's unlinked itself? No, it should be working. They'd be chatting or changing or studying. One senpai had been there herself doing some work, and I'd spun around and run off right then and there. Hey, let me test real quick. Let me try and do I'll try and do a fishy time and see if it works. Son of a nice lady. Let me disable it real quick. Let's try the classic turn it on and off again and see if that works. The 10-second count between off and on. Right. It will be a cold sun for me. 11 night or night. Ick. Okay. There we go. It's fixed. Fixed it. Turning it on and off again works. Ugh, how come there's always someone in there? It wasn't as if I had a grudge against the people staying behind, but I wanted to complain to them. Why are you still here when you don't need to be? And like that, Golden Week came and my letter was still undelivered. My holidays were spent feeling frustrated at home. I don't think I would want that cold weather. Okay, and now we're catching up to current events, so this is when they helped. Sure would be. Let it snow. No, I feel that's like a deserving of a shouting about snow. Take cold over hot any day. Yeah, true. Because cold, you just add extra layers. Hot, you can only take out so many layers. The Monday after the holidays. I headed to Aihara Senpai's classroom, determined to succeed at my task. I headed there, but...
今日も人がいる。
Ooh, there's voice acting. I should have been used to it by now, but the disappointment still stung. I must have gotten my hopes up during the holidays. There was a group of third-year students in the classroom again today. I knew each of their faces by now. This group often stayed after school to chat. I'm right next to Senpai's seat. Cold, you can curl up in a fluffy blanket or an oversized hoodie and be cozy. Yeah. But I can't be on this one over here. So my joints absolutely killing the heat. I'm surprised it's not the cold which makes your joints hate themselves. Yeah, my sister got me an hoodie for Christmas, which I always wear now. It's so comfy. I'm right next to Senpai's seat.
早く帰ってほしいのに無理だろうな。今日もお菓子広げてるし。
Maybe, yeah, it's maybe the humidity based.
はあ、今日もダメなのかな。
Yeah, they're so cozy. I'm now part of the hoodie cult of my family, because my sister, my mum, and me now have one.
この手紙早く渡したいのに、早く先輩に読んでほしいのに。
I'm wearing it now because it's just so comfy. And when I was building Lego, I was wearing it, and then I got too warm because it's so warm. Really? I really want Senpai to read my letter. I want her to see my words and to understand my feelings. It's a normal one, like it's a pure black one, which suits me even better because I love dark colors. Because if I never convey them to her, they might wither and fade away. No.
何かこの気持ちが間違っていたって思っちゃいそうなんだもん。
But who knows, I might get a pattern one in the future. I've made up my mind to succeed this time.
神様っていないのかな。
Covered in unicorns. As my faith started to waver and I thought of going home.
ねえ、ちょっと誰か！校舎の中に犬が入ってきてる！
That's Yuna screaming. I heard a sudden shout from down the hallway.
え、犬？
That sort of thing happens here too. And when I thought to leave and check it out, the door at the other end of the classroom sprang open. Huh? A dog? Seriously? Where? Where? The people inside were leaving, trying to find the dog. They passed right by me, not even taking note of me, and walked off in the direction the voice had come from. What, don't you just get random animals appearing in your school? We used to have deers appearing in the field.
これって大丈
And then the caretaker had to chase it away. I hurriedly peeked into the classroom. It was empty. Yes. I opened the door. This is my only chance. I have to be quick. Cats, yes. Squirrels, obviously not dogs.
先輩の席。
Yeah, I don't think we ever had a doggo. I could never mistake it. I beelined across the room.
どっちに手紙入れよう。
Her bag was there too. Where should I put it? In her desk, in her bag? Which would she notice first?
カバン。先輩、ちょっとごめんなさい。
We had more human-related break-ins than animal ones. We never had that. I pulled open the zipper of her bag only as far as I needed, and stuffed the letter inside before immediately closing it tight. Yes, mission accomplished. I feel sort of like a spy. Oh, I have to get out of here. They might come back. I ran back out of the classroom. And carefully shut the door. Then I ran through the halls. My face might catch on fire. I finally left her my letter. That letter. The one I want Senpai to read. Will Senpai realize it was from me? Does she remember me? Will she recognize my name? And...
書いてあること、ちゃんと読んでくれるかな。読んだら、どう思ってくれるんだろう。
She'll probably be like, how did this get in my bag? She won't be creeped out, will she? I asked her to meet me on the roof after school on Thursday. Will she come? One of them was funny. Guy was giving a speech at a school, but was traveling across the country or something. So he broke into school sleep on the playground. Yeah, they should have called the police on him. My mind was swimming with worries because he still broke in. Doesn't matter if he was giving a speech, he should have asked permission to actually, you know, camp there. But more than that, at that moment... Yeah, that's normally what... It's normally not great when people break in. I was happy, so happy I thought I might cry. I finally took the first step towards expressing my feelings to Senpai. Senpai noticed me. Okay. And then this is Saint 5?
ごめんなさい。ホームルーム終わって急いできたつもりだったんだけど。
Let's do another save. I have trauma from not saving. She came. She really came. After school on Thursday, I'd flown out of my classroom after homeroom and headed straight to the roof. It was nerve-wracking standing all alone on the roof while waiting for Aihara-senpai, but I calmed myself by remembering that Senpai's classroom in the inner building was so far from here. Move on past the kid on with a knife is an interesting way to handle one of those break-ins. Yeah, I would imagine they get some extra teaching after that fucking play. And after a little while, Senpai came.
ちょっと待たせちゃったかしら。そんなことないです。
I hurriedly shook my head. I hadn't waited at all. On the contrary. I was so happy she really came after finding a letter in her bag like that. And after reading what I'd said in it.
それで。はい。
Yeah.
話したいことって何かしら？
Come on, confess. Is that what you're gonna do? Are you gonna confess your feelings?
あの
I'd thought about it again and again, practiced it in my head over and over, but the words were stuck in my throat when I needed them most.
私
Why'd you get every confession is gonna be on the same Yeah, I have a feeling it is. What should I do? The words won't come out. It's gonna be like the traditional place for these to happen, and because the ghosties are up here. Senpai's face is so near, and everything seems like it's spinning around me. Ah, she looks a little worried. Yes, it must be natural after reading that letter where I, like, totally poured my heart out to her and whatever. Does she know what I'm going to say next? Is that what she's worried about? But I have to say it.
私先輩のことが
Say it. Say it, me.
好きなんです。
Okay. Fuck. Unofficial rule time. The root of is only sus. Ah, she's surprised. She looks shocked.
私変なこと言ってるって分かってます。私女の子で先輩も女の人だって分かってます。でも先輩のこと好きなんです。本当に変だって分かってるけど変なことだと思うかもしれませんけど好きなんです。
I said it. I actually said it. I may have calmed down a little after getting the words out. I was able to look up at Senpai's face again. I heard Senpai's face was just very worried, yeah. I can't blame her after hearing that from some random first year she'd only met once.
ごめんなさい先輩。私変なこと言っちゃって。
She's flustered.
でも本当にあの日先輩に助けてもらって嬉しかったんです。汚れた制服きれいにしてもらって嬉しかったんです。それで素敵な先輩だなって思って、それからずっと先輩のことが気になってそれでこんなのって変ですか？女の子同士なのにこんなのってありなんでしょうか？
What am I doing asking Senpai this? But I don't care if it's strange. I want her to say that it's okay.
マキさん。変かどうかってありかどうかってのはよくわからなくて。
Yeah, I guess I thought so.
でも手紙に書いてあったマキさんのお礼の言葉は私とても嬉しかったの。 ちょっと案内してあげただけなのにあんなに感謝してくれたの嬉しかったのよ。だからこんな人と友達になれたら嬉しいなってそう思ったの。先輩
Are they gonna start out as friends?
だからね、まずはその友達からね。
Honestly, the most tame response she could have given.
先輩
It's not a no, it's can we actually get to know each other a bit first before I decide? This is, am I happy with this? Am I okay with just being friends?
ごめんなさい。マキさんの好きが私にはまだよくわからないから、友達としてまず好きになってみようと思うの。それじゃあダメかしら。
Okay. The ads are rolling in, so we're just going to do a quick save and let those roll through before we continue. But yeah, I'm really liking this. The stories are more interesting to me. Ah. Okay. Let me just check something real quick. I'm just gonna still be here. I just need to check something on the tank, my fish tank, real quick. Okay. I was just checking something with one of the plants. Because it looks like it's getting more roots out of it to get more nutrients. Which is actually interesting. You learn so much by getting a tank, water, like a fish tank. Because I've got live plants in it. Because I want a planted tank. So it's like, it has more of an ecosystem than the artificial ones. But it just means there's a lot more trial and error. With things. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this. We'll just do a little bit more. Because even though we're not doing too much reading, when it is, because I'm enjoying it, I'm putting more emphasis in things. Yeah, welcome back from the ads, guys. Let us continue. It's totally good enough. Yes, they're gonna start out as friends because she made a good point. She doesn't actually really know Maki yet. Yeah, we can start as friends. That's fine.
よかった。 まずは友達から始めましょう。そこからならマキさんのこときっと好きになれるし好かれたいって思うわ。
If Senpai would say she loved me, if Senpai would come to love me in that way,
それから先はゆっくりと考えていきましょう。私もよくわからないから。
yeah, I really like this. Already has better decisions.
先輩、これからよろしくお願いします。こちらこそよろしくね、マキちゃん。
Also, I've said this before, but I really do like the art style. It feels like hand drawn and it's very nice. Yes, I'm really happy. I'm friends with Senpai now, and she said she'd love me, and she called me Maki-chan. I struck a victory pose in my mind as I heard something like applause ring out behind me. Oh, with the ghost applauding? I just went back when I used to draw, honestly. I could never draw people. I drew like little bits of architecture, and I did draw people, but I drew more like the skeletons than actual people. I actually glanced behind me, checking if someone was really there.
どうしたの、マキちゃん。
いえ、なんでもないです。今日はありがとうございました。
She heard the ghosts clapping. She heard the ghosts.
こちらこそ。ごめんね。せっかく友達になれたのに、私ちょっと今から委員会の仕事があって。
Okay, then. Yeah, as long as you enjoyed it, that's what really matters with stuff like that, is if you enjoy it. I think I said this before, but my enjoyment of art got a bit tampered because I took art as one of my electives, and they tried to apply logic to it rather than, because I draw things just by I have a vibe or feeling to draw that, and then they're like trying to be like, oh, can you explain why you did this? It's like, no, I can't. I just drew it because I wanted to draw it. And it just kind of killed the enthusiasm a little bit, having to try and explain it to people and then getting marked down for not being able to explain it. It's like, okay.
それよりも私もお手伝いしていいですか？え？お手伝いしたいんです、先輩の。一生懸命やりますから。
Oh, yeah. I took lessons in game design because that's what I took when I went to higher education. And then the passion for that got killed as well, because fuck me, that was an awful course. Just because it was like new, so they didn't know what they were doing. And then I got paired up with shit teammates for a project as well. So I basically had to create a game from scratch on my own rather than with a team, because they just never showed up or did work. Senpai and I left the roof. I looked over my shoulder one more time to where I'd heard the noise, but there really was no one there. Yeah, it's empty, but I could have sworn I heard someone congratulating me. I never went to uni for stuff, because my logic on uni, because college was free, but uni you would have to pay, and I'm like, I don't want to put myself in a debt for something I have no passion for. So I didn't bother with it. Okay. So so that's the side story done. Now we're going Yuri Cupid, which is the main story. Let's do a quick save arena again. Welcome, Unisan. Hello, it's been a little more than a week since the two ghosts first appeared, floating before me on this roof. I usually come up here for lunch, and that's been the same since long before I met these two. But since that day I first saw them, and the day after, when I decided to help them out, we've had a few conversations. The issue today was the way that they asked me to come speak to them. I tried to, and at that point I still had passion, but COVID stripped half my classes away. And then I couldn't visit the uni before going there or test the commute and caused issues with moving to it. Yep. Yeah, that's like the fucking worst time to have ever gone to uni. Can you stop calling me up here with blood-written messages in class? What? Why? It's scary. It's not good for my heart. Would it be better if I whispered into your ear from behind? How about neither? I sighed and sat down on a bench, opening up my lunch. The two kindred spirits, Sachi-san gets mad when I don't call them that, take me sitting down to eat as a signal to start telling me about what's been going on around the school. I only did 1 year of it and then dropped out. Of course, by what's been going on, I mean all the latest romance gossip. Miki-chan and Maki-chan are spending all their time after school together. I'm glad things worked out for them, though they're starting as friends, of course. Yeah, because isn't it after like 10 years, the debt just gets wiped for unis? I can't believe Miki-san. Maki-chan worked so hard to confess her feelings. She should have accepted them. No, she did this responsible thing, Megami. She seems like a cautious one. But Maki-chan tried so hard. Look how happy she was just becoming friends with Miki-san. I think she should have gone all the way. Right? Wasn't her confession amazing? Yeah, I've heard this 3 times now. I have to do 2 things when I talk to these two. It's a little rude, but I don't look at them, and I don't reply out loud. 25 years, but you pay such a small amount after earning a certain amount that it never paid back. Yeah, it's because it's like scales, depending on what tax bracket you're in, if I remember correctly. The one good thing about it is it does help. If you do pay it off, it does help with your credit score. If you can just consistently pay the small amount. Actually, no, I don't think you even... I can't remember if it like gets taken out just automatically. I mean, no one else can see or hear them. The other people on the roof have no idea they're there. You make over 500 quid a week. You pay 9% of what you make over that amount only. Yeah. So if I didn't do this, I'd look like a person looking at nothing and speaking to no one. And I don't want that. Oh, who cares how many times you've heard it? She was so cute and brave, and a little cool too. Yes, you're right. I would have loved it if you'd been there to see it, Yuna-san. I doubt she would have been able to confess if I'd been watching her. I could speak to them in a tiny, barely audible whisper, which they can thankfully pick up. Apparently, Sachi-san can feel strong emotions from people. She calls it hearing the voices of people's hearts. That's how she finds people who are in love, I guess. Really? That's kind of scary. Can she hear what I'm thinking too? But she doesn't act like she's picking up on anything and everything. How much can she actually sense? Worrying about something like this may be pointless, of course. Anyway, I can converse with them without actually speaking out loud. It's easy now that I've gotten used to it. It really was a marvelous confession. It made me remember when you confessed to me, Megumi. Really? I'm so happy. I tried really hard back then too. Yes, you conveyed your feelings wonderfully. That's why I was able to respond to you so quickly. Hehehe, that makes me happy. Okay, keep it at that please. However, Miki-san's still as preoccupied as ever. I'm familiar with the Miki-san the two are discussing, though we aren't friends or anything. She's called the Saint of Shirojo, a third-year vice president of the Beautification Committee, Aihara Miki-senpai. She's popular and really reliable. She's always doing all sorts of favors for people because of that. I've met her a few times, even done a few small jobs with her. Once I was hanging around after school and the teacher asked me to do something. One way or another, I'd ended up finishing it with Aihara senpai. It was just an odd job for a teacher with nothing at all to do with the Beautification Committee, and yet, all of a sudden, I'd found Aihara senpai working alongside me. It went incredibly smoothly, thanks to her, and I'd been grateful for her help, but I wondered why she does stuff like that. As for Maki-chan, she's the girl from the other day, the first one I helped for these two. The first year who was standing hopelessly outside that third year classroom, waiting to deliver her letter. I see, so she's Maki-chan, and the girl she likes is Aihara senpai. Maki-chan's been helping her. She really is hardworking. She wants to be together with Miki-san as much as possible. I want to be with you as much as I can too, Sachi-san. Oh, but we're always together, aren't we? That's not true. Lately, we've been apart lots while searching the school. Well, we can't avoid that. That's right. I thought these two could move around the school at will, but that doesn't seem to be the case. It turns out they each have specific places they can move around. Not that I know why. I guess ghosts have their own territories or something. Come to think of it, it was only Sachi-san who came with me to the inner building that time. Megumi stayed on the roof. Well, because Sachi was a third year, and the inner building is where the third year were, so Megumi would have had no reason to go there when she was alive. I'm sorry for making you feel lonely, Megumi, but this is all so that we can make our wish come true. Yeah, I know, but I don't like being apart from you, Sachi-san. Yeah. Really, can you keep it at that? You don't have a report about Maki-san and Aihara senpai or anything? Ah, that's right. They've been together after school a lot, but Miki-san always has some duty or task to deal with, and Maki-chan is helping her, so they can at least be together. But the two of them hardly have any time when they can relax together. Oh, now that you mention it, I think they really need alone time if Miki-san is ever going to be able to see Maki-chan in a romantic light. I see. They do need time alone together, don't they? Time to deepen their relationship. Okay, what are we doing? I want time to deepen our love together too, Sachi-san. You've got all the time in the world after everyone goes home, don't you? She's right. We can have our time together when no one else is around. But what can Miki-san and Maki-chan do? I don't think it would be possible to lessen Aihara-senpai's workload. I don't know how to say it. It's like there's just this presumption that work will head her way. It's not fair to her to work every day after school though, and Maki-chan appears very eager to talk with her about all sorts of things too. Right, but as long as she's walking around school, she's going to get more requests. I see. That means they just need somewhere requests won't find them. Huh. What do you mean? They need somewhere they can be alone together in secret, right? Nobody can ask Aihara-senpai to do things if they can't find her. Ah, of course. A secret hideout for just the two of them. Well, yeah. If there were a place like that, they could hide there. And I guess they'd be able to talk about, you know, love or whatever too. That's right. You're amazing, Yuna-san. I guess you're pretty smart. But where is this place? Well, I don't know. You don't say. I don't know everything about the school. But if we know, we just need to tell them about that place. All we have to do is find it. I knew you'd think of something, Yuna-san. Sure. Where would be good, though? Sachi-san and I have plenty of secret spots, but I don't want to tell you them. Right, and some of them are a little difficult to get to the normal way. I wouldn't want someone else coming to one of those places if we were together either. I'd scare them away. Yeah. Anything else to report? God, do these two ever stop flirting? We're not getting anything done. Oh, that's right. We do have something else today. What is it? We found another person Sachi-san has been sensing love rays from. Love rays? Whatever. Okay. So, there are more of these people. Yes, we haven't quite narrowed it down yet though. What do you mean? It's a group of three that are always together. I can tell that it's coming from them, but I can't tell which one likes which. Oh boy. Ah, I think they said something like this before. They're always together, all day, every day. And they're second years, so they're not often in places I can be. Second years. The same year as me, huh? A group of three that's always together. That sounds like... Do you know them, Yuna-san? They're in the broadcasting club. Ah, I was right. Is it Ichiki-san, Futano-san, and Miyama-san? Yes, those three. It's funny how their names are 1, 2, 3, isn't it? Yeah, I was in the same class as them last year. That's right, the three of them, with characters meaning 1, 2, and 3 in their names, are always together. And they're all in the broadcasting club. Wait, I went and got a sandwich, got reminded of the horrors of the world. Now back to dumb gay shenanigans, yep. They have a show that plays during lunch actually, though I don't remember what day it's on. You can't hear the broadcast up on the roof after all. Really? Do you know, Yuna-san? Which one likes which? Of course I don't. I've never thought about that sort of thing before now. I see. There's nothing we can do about that then. What should we do? Maybe we should just pick 2 at random? Wait. You can't just do that. For now, we had to figure out which one of them likes which, right? We can't help them if we don't do that. Yes, you're right. That's where we need to start. Ah, what a bother. You can't just do these things on a whim. I know. They're in the broadcasting club, right? I'll go check them out after school then. You will? Yeah, the broadcasting room's in the Hoshikan building, right? Just leave it to me. I'll tell you if 2 of them go off on their own. Really? I'm kind of nervous about this. If they go somewhere you can go, I'll tell you right away, Sachi-san. Alright, please do, Megami. Of course. And what should we do about Maki-chan and Miki-san? I think we should wait and see with them. Oh, why is that? Because they could find a place like that on their own. And we can't do anything about them until we find somewhere like that. Yes, you may be right. I'll do a little digging of my own on the Broadcasting Club trio. I have a friend I can ask about them. That's good. In that case, I think we've covered everything. Okay, I'll do my best today, Sachi-san. Though I'll be lonely apart from you after school. I know you'll do well, Megami. I'll be lonely too. But this is all in order to make our Yuritopia a reality. Yes, for our Yuritopia. Okay. Keep it at that. Well, should we meet again tomorrow? Yes, that's fine. I'll do my best for you, Sachi-san. You don't have to do anything until after school. Talking to these 2 tires me out. We never get anywhere. They derail things immediately if I don't keep them on track. Say, Yuna-san. Yes? With my sigh, I'd already started packing up my lunchbox. Sachi-san was standing right next to me. Megumin had gone off towards the roof entrance for some reason. You seem like you're enjoying yourself a lot when we're planning how to help these girls. I'm glad you heard us. I thought we were asking you something quite unreasonable, but I'm happy that you seem to be having fun. I don't think you've ever showed me your sketches. Having fun? I don't think that's true. Oh, is that so? Yes. Well, I'm finished eating and I have to move my things to another classroom. So I'll be going. See you after school. Well, yes, we'll see you then. Hey Yuna, what are you whispering about alone with Sachi-san? We weren't whispering about anything. Anyway, I have to go. Yes, why don't you just do that? I finished cleaning up my lunch and rose to my feet. I had to get back to the classroom. Having fun? That's not true. No way. The copium. I returned to my classroom from the roof. Okay, let me just check. Ooh. I like the Link one. So do we think the MC is going to be straight by the end of this, or I honestly don't know. After gathering my textbook, notebook, and other things I'd need for my next class, I left the room with Arno, who'd been waiting for me. We had computer science class next, so we are headed to the computer lab. You haven't forgotten anything today, have you, Arno? All set. I've borrowed everything I need from a girl in another class. How is that all set? Her forgetfulness is really on another level. She's always forgetting one thing or another every day. Oh, there's my savior right there, in fact. Huh? I glanced over in the direction Arno was pointing. Oh, is this the trio?
もう眠いんだよ。いいから置いてってよ。私はここで寝ていくからさ。
Can she remain aloft, or will the promise of Yuritopia reach her too? Like, I felt like Arno could be a potential romance partner for the MC. Like the person we just saw.
だってさ、置いてこう、海。
I'm guessing Futano is the one at the back here. I like her design. The three from the broadcasting club we'd just been discussing were headed merrily down the hallway. The one in the middle energetically pushing the one in front is Ichiki Umi-san. Behind her, paying attention to her nails as she walks, is Futano Seiza-san. And the one in front, being pushed by Ichiki-san, is Miyami Neina-san. I wonder how many of these characters are going to be smarter than I was back in the day. I was in the same class as them last year, so I know their names and faces. We weren't close or anything, but the three of them were always together. More than anything, they make such an odd group that they just stand out.
そんなわけいくか。私はネナを見捨ててなんていけない。一緒に行こう、ネナ。うるさいよ、海。あんたの声響くんだから。あんた前世は休館長だろう。コキコッカ
That's a chicken.
ー。なんで鶏の鳴き真似してるんだよ。こうしたらネナが目を覚ますかと思って。もううるさいよ。眠れないじゃないか。だから寝るな。ほら、ささもネナを押してあげてよ。これじゃ授業に間に合わないって。やだ、私さっきマニキュア直したばかりだから。またそんなことしていけないんだ。別に校則でマニキュア禁止されてないだろ。過敏な化粧は慎みましょうって書いてあるじゃん。私ササが校則違反で捕まったら悲しいよ。
That's not how it works.
別に校則違反で逮捕されるわけじゃないし。きっと面会には差し入れ持っていくからね。来んなっていうかねえよ、面会なんて。ほらねえな、寝ちゃダメだ。寝たら死ぬぞ。歩け。もういいよ、私はもう死んで寝る。
I'm honestly, so how this game is going, I feel like they might do a poly thing here. So it's either going to be Neina and Ichiki, Or it's going to be a poly thing.
よし死ね、ここで死ね。
あ、死ぬ。うん。
It depends on how it's written, because poly can be written very badly.
寝るな、起きろ。起きて教室まで帰るんだ。私たち友達でしょ。一緒に帰ろう。
Wow, it's like they're doing a comedy routine. They don't really fit with each other at all, but I get the impression Ichiki-san's pulling them together. If it's written in any way that isn't toxic, I'll take it. Yeah. My view on poly is when it's fictional, I'm fine with it. When it's like in reality, it's normally a mess. But because it's like, but when it's in fiction, it's more like romanticized. I kind of feel like they were the same all of last year too. The energetic Ijiki-san pulling the slightly scary Futano-san and the always sleepy Miyami-san along with her.
あの3人いつ見ても面白いな。
そういえばあの3人から次の授業でいるものを借りたの？
Yeah, if everyone's happy. But we're human, so we can never just be happy. There has to be complications.
うん、そうだよ。
一木さん？
ねなから。
そうだったんだ。仲良かったんだ。
うん、ねなとは特にね。
Nana is Miyami-san's name, I think.
ふーん。
Does that mean I can get information on them from Ano? I guess I should try.
ねえ
Okay.
何ユナ。
あの3人ってどういう人たちだっけ？
That's a pretty dumb question if I do say so myself.
どうって似たまんまじゃん。
まあそうだけど。
Yeah, but if the complications are comparable to a non-polyglot, you count it. At least it means you have a vote or two for dinner and always have an actual answer.
3人とも放送部で。
Yeah, but what happens when they both give their reply with it? They're fine with anything. I know that.
うみちゃんはとにかく元気が良くていつも他の2人を引っ張ってるでしょ。
うん。
ささちゃんはちょっときつめのキャラ作ってていつもズババって他の2人に切り込んでいく感じ。
うん。
ねなはああやっていつでも眠そうにしてて他の2人に引っ張ってもらってるのさ。
そうね。
Yeah, that was my impression too.
それじゃあさ、あの中で特に誰と誰が仲いいんだろう？
あの中で特にって2人が？どうなんだろう。特に誰か2人ってことちょっとなさそうじゃない？ほんと3人1セットって感じだし。
I give that answer because I'm not a picky eater, so I'll eat anything. Well, there's only like some things I won't eat, but it's not on a level that I will be completely crippled and a whole menu won't be available to me, like options on a menu won't be available to me. So I differ to the people who are a bit more choosy with food, so that they actually have options.
そうだよね。
Yeah, I can't really ask Anno about this, but
ほら、ちゃんと歩く。右足、左足、右足、左足。
yeah, that's probably why, Cat.
右手上げて左手下げて右足上げないと。
何それ。もう歩けないよ。寝る。こら、さあさ、邪魔しないでよ。ねえな、歩け。
もういいだろう。置いていこう。解散解散。
そうだよ。おやすみ。
Just grab her by the legs and just drag her along.
そんなのってないよ。私たち友達でしょ。
海のそれもういい。飽きた。
友達なら安眠妨害しないでくれよ。
Those three, they never seem to be in sync, and yet they're always together.
あの中で誰かが誰かを好きになってるんだ。なんか全然信じられないんだけど。
I'd send a sort out meal plan for the week and mostly stick with that as food. This week, tomorrow night is curry, Sunday is roast, Monday is risotto, Tuesday is either lasagna or chili, Wednesday is pizza, Thursday is the rest of the pizza for me. Make enough for 2 nights. Fair enough. We don't really have a plan because we get food bought very easily, so we have like a variety of stuff which we'll pick and choose from. Like there is kind of a plan for the week, but whether it's actually stuck to or not is a completely different matter.
ユナ？
あ、ごめん。変なこと聞いて。
別にいいけどね。でもユナ、去年一緒のクラスだったんだよ。今さらどういう人たちだっけなんて聞くのってちょっと白状さんじゃない？
A little mean.
ごめん。
気にしなくていいけどね。
あ、ほら急ぐ。そろそろ授業始まっちゃうから。
はいはい。
I just do it because it makes it easier for the shopping to be done since we have to home cook so much stuff. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, we do a lot of home cooking as well. It's like all the processed shit just doesn't taste that good, so it's just better to home cook stuff. I hurried Arno to the computer lab. The trio was still slowly moving down the hallway together. What do I do? Megumi's going to keep an eye on them after school, but should I go with her? Maybe I'll be able to catch her if I go to the broadcasting room. After school, I quickly stuffed my things into my bag after the end of classes. Yeah. Add the onion replacement because it wants the onions fried first is always fun. Well, at that point, it's just the replacement thing, it's warming it through, right? So you just have to more choose when you need to add it just to warm it through if you're not having to cook it. I'm still not very enthusiastic about this, but since I've agreed to help, I want to do it right. I have to go to the broadcasting room to gather more information on the three. Oh wait. To get to the broadcasting room from their classroom, they have to pass by this one. Otherwise, they'd have to go way out of their way. Maybe it'd be better if I waited for them here and followed them. But what if they take a different route for some reason? I'd be waiting for nothing. Where should I go? Oh. Our replacement is a powder in a lot of this case, so it doesn't need to be warmed through as much as mixed in. It's only there for flavor. So I guess you would add it when you add the other seasonings. Also, if we want, I'm gonna just do something real quick. I don't want to lose out on the options. So I'm gonna just look up what I need for the extra scene. That's what we normally do, yeah. Okay. Is this it? I'm just trying to find... Watch the hallway from the classroom. Okay. Also, it's like a 50-50. It's like go straight to the broadcasting room or watch. We'll watch the hallway from the classroom. Yeah, I'll wait for them to pass by here. This might not go... They might not go past here, but it'll be worth it if I can hear what they're talking about on the way to the broadcasting room. Oh, Yuna, staying late today? Ah, Anno. Yeah, I've got something to do. I'm gonna be here for a little while still. I see. I have to meet someone too. Anno said, rummaging through her bag. What she took out was, well, I don't really know, but it looked like a game, I guess. I gotta give back this game I borrowed. I see. It's good that you remembered to bring it. Well, it took me 4 tries, but this time I'm gonna give it back. So you did forget it, and 3 times. Don't worry about it. You should worry a little, I think. That's kind of a weird cover. Is it a scary one? I guess I'd give it a gore warning. Why'd you play those things? Ah, it's fun. It has achievements and stuff. Achievements? They're like medals you get in a game for doing stuff. Awards, eh? Yeah, like taking down a certain target 100 times or playing for however many hours. Like if you do a certain thing 500 times, you get one. It's super fun. That's fun? Of course. Oh, but that's not the only reason I'm playing it, you know. I'm actually enjoying the game. I see. Oh, don't look at me like that, Yuna. I'm not that crazy about this stuff, really. I didn't say anything. Your eyes were saying it. You were thinking it. I know you were. No, I wasn't. Everyone enjoys things differently. It's fine as long as you have fun with it, isn't it? Exactly, Yuna. Exactly. Wow, how cool. That's very Yuna of you. Oh crap, look at the time. Heading home? Yeah, I have to go to work after I give this game back. Ah, have fun at work, Anno. Yeah, I'll treat you to something when I get paid. You don't need to do that. Don't be late now. Yeah, see you. Anno's still kind of a mystery when it comes to her hobbies and relationships. And not long after Anno left, I saw the broadcasting club trio walk by our class. Okay. I grabbed my bag and stood up. I'd pretend I was just heading in the same direction on my way home. I walked a little behind them. The three were walking together like they had at lunch, chatting not far ahead of me. Looks like it says it's gonna be on the 3rd next month. I bet it'll be super fun. Oh, you went all in. I think you're wrong about that more often than not. This time I'm sure it will be fine. It will be. So let's go together. Why don't you go by yourself? No, we're friends, aren't we? Let's go together. We have to share the fun times. There it is again. Well, I'm not interested in the least, but I'll do it if I have to. Wow, that wasn't very nice. Have some interest. I'm telling you it'll be fun, aren't I? That's the problem. What about you, Nana? I can go if I'm awake. That means she's going to be sleeping that day for sure. I'd like to sleep through my Sundays. Jeez, okay. I've decided. We're going together. I'm going to come get you guys and haul you with me. Whoa, seriously? What a literal drag. I'm tired. And with that, the three headed off to the broadcasting room. Well, I didn't really get any information there, did I? Oh. Are we now at Megumin's point of view? I see. There. Oh, there they are. That group of three. They're kind of a strange bunch. Looks like they've got club activities after school like usual. Okay, this time I'll figure out which one of them's in love. Versace-san. Wait, what? Isn't that Yuna? What's she doing here? What's she doing standing in front of the broadcasting room? Thinking. Well, I guess I could say hi. My, if it isn't Yuna. Oh, Megumi. What did she just call me? Well, whatever. Why are you here? Why? The free Sachi-san was talking about just went inside. Oh yeah? I was a little curious, so I decided to come check things out. What? You don't trust me? That's not it. I was just curious. Where's Sachi-san? Sachi-san's keeping an eye on Miki-san and Maki-chan. She said she was gonna look for a place like you suggested, where they can be alone together too. I see. And why do you care about Sachi-san anyway? So, what are you gonna do now that you're here? I guess I was wondering what they were talking about in there. How would you figure that out? Gonna put your ear to the door? No, I don't think I could do that. I didn't think so. But I can go through the wall and see and hear what they're doing inside. Well, you are a ghost. I'm not surprised. What did you even come for if you can't do anything? I thought maybe I would come up with something. Why don't you go listen to what they're saying in there instead of picking on me? You don't have to remind me. Sachi-san asked me to herself, you know. Why don't you just stand outside the room like an idiot, huh? I slipped through the walls, separating the broadcasting room and the hallway, and peeked inside. Inside, the three were sitting around a desk, though one of them looked like she was dozing off on top of the audio mixer next to her. Okay, let's start club activities. First, we'll review the broadcast from yesterday. Come on, Nana. Up and at 'em. It's club time. Thank you for the hydro, Zara. I'm awake. Really? You look pretty sleepy. I'm always sleepy. Well, whatever. Let's start with a review of the talk part. Yep, we'll skip over Umi's stuttering problem, since it's the same as always. What? That's mean. I didn't stutter that much yesterday. You did. You were as stuttery as always. Were you a stutterfly in your past life? Stutterfly? What was that? The cry of the stutterfly. Drop dead. There you go again. You can't say that stuff so easily, Caesar. You said die and kill a bunch of the broadcast yesterday too. The teachers are gonna get mad at you. Well, you keep swinging stuff like that at me, like you're begging me to say it, Umi. Well, it's funnier that way. They should get mad at you. Well, it's better that people think we're stuttery or say die and kill too much than thinking nothing. I guess so. Hey. What is it, Nana? I don't care about the talk segment or whatever, but can you two stop ignoring the program? You change the order of the songs just because of your mood a lot, Umi. It means I can't cue them, which makes me really nervous. Ugh. And you want me to bleep out the stuff you say, Caesar? I can't do that. Ugh, but if we don't do that, you're not involved in the talk stuff at all, Nana. I have to work the mixer, you know. I'm busy on this machine over here. I don't have time for that stuff. Sorry. It's already hard to stay awake during our broadcasts. You can do that at least. Ah, jeez. We're done with the review. Next. We have to decide next week's talk topics and music. And our regular program, Ask the Press, is gonna be about the track team. Have you asked the captain of the track team about the interview, Umi? Yep, you got the list of music requests, Nana? Mm-hmm. What is this? I can't tell if they're taking this seriously or not, but either way, it's all just normal club activities, right? How the heck am I supposed to figure out what's going on if they're just going to talk about their club? Ah, this is boring. Hey, you've got an audience, can't you talk about what I want to hear? I said as much, though it wasn't as if they could hear me. The three just keep discussing their noon show after that. Noon broadcast? Huh. Were they doing that when I went to school here? I don't really remember. After all, I always rush straight to the roof during lunch to see Sachi-san. Oh, so could she see her? It's the same with Yuna too, huh? I thought about the girl standing on the other side of the wall. I think we started seeing her on the roof not long after she started going to school here. A girl who came to the roof alone to eat lunch. Sachi-san and I talked about how it was a little unusual. But we stopped paying attention pretty quickly, since it wasn't like she could see us or anything. Now, through some strange turn of events, she's helping us out. How weird. I looked back to the situation inside the room. They're still doing club stuff. Oh, I gotta pee. Pee? I'm coming with. Come on, say so. You two. What? You don't need to go. It's fine, it's fine. We all go to the bathroom together. After all, we're friends, aren't we? What? You're coming with me? Can you cut that out already? Oh, come on. Let's go. Everybody up. You don't have to get so excited about going to the bathroom. Huh? Oh no. I hurried back through the wall into the hallway. Yuna, they're going to the bathroom. They're coming out. Huh? All of them? Yeah, all three. What are you gonna do? I'll go into the bathroom with them. Quietly. Okay, got it. Oh, here they come. Right. We're hiding in the bathroom. Okay. We're gonna do a quick save. This one. And we're gonna take a quick break. So if you guys haven't already, you should also get up, hydrate, stretch, all that good stuff. And I'll be back in a moment. Alright, guys, I'm back. So, let us continue, shall we? Yeah, we'll wrap up this day. I think that's what we're going to do. So, why are you here too, and in the same stool? What were you really... What? Were you really going to go, Yuna? No. You don't need to worry about me. I'm not going to. The three stepped into the bathroom while I was teasing Yuna. It looked like Nana-san was the only one who went into a stall. Yumi-san and Seisa-san were talking outside. It's the first Sunday of June after exams, okay? We're going. Well, I don't mind. It's a promise, okay? You can't stay home. Isn't Nana more likely to do that than me? I'll go get Nana myself. Ha, really? They never stop talking about this stuff, huh? Couldn't they get to the point of this already? It's not gonna be that easy. I know, but still. All done. I'm glad you're back, Nana. Don't hug me before I wash my hands, you weirdo. That's gross, you two. What is with them? They even go to the bathroom together. Well, that's pretty normal for close friends, isn't it? I guess. I don't really get it, though. Me neither. So, we got nothing there either. The three of them went back to the broadcasting room after that. And went right back to doing their club stuff. Well, they're here for their club, but is that really all? One of you guys has it bad, right? Shouldn't you be sneaking that into the conversation? Yuna called out to me while I was getting worked up. Are you really listening to what they're saying in there? Of course I am. You can see me peeking into the room, can't you? I guess, but from this side, it just looks like your butt's sticking out of the wall. Don't say something so weird. I turned around to stick my head out of the hallway side of the wall where Yuna was. Oh, that's right. I've been waiting for an opportunity to ask you. What is it? What do you think of them? Of what? Of girls like me and Sachi-san, and Maki-chan and Miki-san. Girls who like other girls. Oh, here we go. What's Yuna gonna say? You'd better answer, and I'll really curse you if you lie. I stared straight into Yuna's eyes. Yuna looked a little surprised, but she was at least returning my gaze. She looked kinda cheeky, actually. You were surprised the first day you met us, when you heard about our relationship. Why? Why were you surprised? Did you think it was weird that we love each other, or did you think we were stupid, that it was wrong or creepy? If she thought that, then if she answered that, then I wouldn't forgive her. I'd curse her. Not that I know how to curse people, but I would. So she's just empty threatening every time she says she'll curse someone. After a bit of a pause, Yuna said, I didn't think it was weird. In answer. I looked surprised because I really was surprised. You surprised me. I'd never even thought about women who love other women, and there you were in front of me as ghosts too. I don't think you and Saji-san are stupid or anything, really. I don't think it's creepy either. I was surprised, but after seeing you two, I guess I just thought, huh, so that happens. I see. So she just... Oh, so she didn't think we were stupid. She wasn't creeped out by us. She just didn't know what to think. Well, that's fine. Honestly, I don't really get love yet. I've never felt like that about someone before. I've never wanted to feel like that either. So the only thing I could think when I saw you two was, oh, I see. Happy now? Well, that's good enough. You're pretty weird though, you know that? What's that supposed to mean? Just what it sounds like. You're weird. Isn't it normal to be interested in that sort of thing your age? Maybe for most, but I'm not really like that. Were you in some sort of club before now? What's this about all of a sudden? Well, it's weird not to be interested in love, but I'd get it if you were really into something else instead, I guess. Are you on some athletic team? No, I'm not much of an athlete. A culture club then? If she was in a club, she wouldn't be like tagging along for everything. Well, I was in one, I guess. Huh? I see. What was it? Was it fun? What was it? Why do you care? What's going on inside anyway? Are you listening or not? You're not forgetting about the free in there while you chat with me, are you? Of course I'm listening. Like, half listening. They're just talking about the same sort of stuff as always. There's nothing going on in there. It's boring. Well, you should still pay attention. I know that. Hey, Yuna. What? You've really never liked anyone? You never had some cool senior you looked up to? Someone like Sachi-san? Or a cute junior like Maki-chan? Why are you acting like it could only be a girl? I really never did. I see. That's good then. What's good? It's good that you don't seem interested in love, because if you ever tried to seduce my Sachi-san, I'd curse you for the rest of your life. I'd curse you. A full course of curses. What kind of curses are those? Hehe. You'd better not fall for Sachi-san, because Sachi-san's girlfriend is me. That's right, it's me. It had better be. Yeah, I get it. As long as you understand. I had a feeling she was a little insecure when we were with the thing on the rooftop earlier, but yeah, I confirmed it. It's honestly kind of valid because she's starting to think, because she'd probably like be thinking that the only reason Sachi might be with her is because she's the only one who can see Sachi, but now there's someone else who can see her. At that moment, I noticed that the air in the broadcasting room had changed. They were stuffing their things into their bags, and Umi-san was trying to shake Nina-san awake. Oh, are they getting ready to leave? Crap, it looks like the three of them are going home soon. Really? Yuna ran a little way down the hall so she wouldn't bump into any of them. I took another peek into the room. Oh, it's fine. You two go home first. I'll just sleep here a bit. You can't. We're going home together. Come on, Nana. Get up. She'll just keep yelling. Jeez. You two can go home, you know. We won't. How could we leave a friend behind? Come on, Nana. I'll hold this side, so get up already, okay? Jeez. Wow, that Nina-san's really trouble, isn't she? Umi-san and Seisa-san each grabbed one of Nana-san's arms, and they all stumbled out of the broadcasting room together. Have they all left? After the trio disappeared in the direction of the entrance hall, Yuna returned to the broadcasting room. Yeah. So, how did it go? Did you learn anything from listening to them? Nothing at all. The conversation never turned that way once, and the three of them were together the whole time. Right. All they talked about were their club activities and something about going out together later. What's with them? I watched them the whole afternoon, and all I learned is that they're always together. Right. We really are going to have Sachi-san examine them. But Sachi-san can't enter this building, and those three never leave. What are we supposed to do? Hey, does that mean if they leave this building, Sachi-san will be able to, well, sense which one's in love? Yes. Sachi-san wouldn't have any trouble if we were in the inner building or up on the roof where we usually are. So we just need to get them to leave this building. Huh. Well, yeah, but how? Well, I'll think about that. There may be some way. You think so? Ugh, well, there might be, you know. You sure sound confident. In any case, it doesn't look like things with those three will be changing anytime soon. Right. Man, we've waited some time, huh? Maybe I'll help Sachi-san tomorrow. She's looking for a place for Maki-san and Aihara-senpai, right? Hey, you can't hang out with Sachi-san without telling me first. Why not? And I just told you, didn't I? Bruh. I have a few ideas myself about places they might be able to relax. You do? Somewhere in this school where no one will go? Yeah. At lunch today, you said you didn't know anywhere, didn't you? I did, but I thought of them later. You really are weird if you've got ideas for places like that. Mind your own business. Well, I should be heading home too, Megumi. Oh, there it is again. This time I heard it loud and clear. She's calling me by my plain first name. I have something to say to you. What is it? I don't remember allowing you to call me by my name like that. I've lived over twice the amount of time you have. I'm way older than you. I'm your senpai in life, okay? Really? Don't you think it's weird saying lived and life and stuff? And you died when you were a first year, right? I'm a second year. That has nothing to do with it. I'm way older than you. Why don't you have a little respect, huh? Maybe if you acted your age. Oof. What did you say? This girl is such a smart ass. Oh, seeing me off? She had another sarcastic little quip ready for me when I met her at the gate. Sachi-san wasn't back on the roof. What was I supposed to do? I was bored and saw Yuna walking toward the gate. I just came to see her a little. Hey, Yuna. Yeah? We couldn't figure anything out about that broadcasting club trio today, but it's certain that one of them likes another one. If Sachi-san says it's true, it has to be. Well, I don't doubt that or anything. Which one do you think is in love, Yuna? Which one? Well, which one will she say? Okay. So we need to pick, will she say Seiso-san? Utano-san, maybe. Huh? Why? I can't really imagine Ichika-san hiding anything, and I don't think Miyama-san would either. I guess that leaves Futano-san as the one remaining suspect. Huh. What the heck? That's actually kind of persuasive. Well, if nothing changes, I doubt we'll find out anytime soon. Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, I should get going. I have to make dinner. Oh yeah? You can cook? Yeah. Well, see you. See you. Yuna walked off past the gate. After giving me a little wave, she turned down Camilla Lane. I wonder if she lives in the Yatsugishi apartments. I should get back to the roof. Maybe Sachi-san will be back by now. Okay, and now we're back to Yuna. What? Okay. Want some more rice, Hina? Yeah, and a little more meat. Okay, so it like has like a transition. I just skipped it. Okay. So note to self: don't click when it has the name appear. What? I was saving the rest for my dad, and so you could take some home. I'll have that part then. No, here. You can have the rest of mine. Yay, thanks Yunane. Dinner with Hina. Today's main course was pork fried with ginger. Both my parents and Hina's parents work, and our mums are both nurses. Hina comes over to our house to eat whenever they have night shifts together, roughly 2 or 3 times a week. It's been this way ever since we were little. We ate what our parents had made us together, and once I learned how, I cooked for us. Like I did today, we talked about Hina's club activities or whatever. I ate in the club room after noon practice, you know. Yeah? Everyone on the team compliments your lunches, Yunane. They say there are a lot of sides, and they're pretty, and they're well balanced, and that they're tasty, of course. Really? That makes me happy. But is there enough for you if you're sharing it with people? They give me enough in return. Wouldn't that mess up the balance then? Well, not that I mind. Hey, Yunane. Yeah? Have you decided what tomorrow's lunch will be? Huh. Well, I've got ingredients already. Can I make a request? Yeah, sure. I might not be able to make it though. That's fine. Today's lunch was Japanese-ish, right? So could you make something Western tomorrow? Western? Well, I guess so. I can cook the same ingredients in a different way, I suppose. But why? because I want to tell everyone you can make Western food too. I'm happy about that, but it's kind of embarrassing. I suppose I can't let her down though. I'll make sandwiches then. Oh, she doesn't seem satisfied. You don't want sandwiches? Can't anybody make sandwiches? That doesn't really prove you're good at Western food. I'll make them with baguettes then. With a bunch of different ingredients, it might be a lot, but you can share them with people or eat a little after school too. Okay. Thanks, Yunane. Right. Leave it to me. I've come to really enjoy making lunch and dinner for Hina. It was hard for a while, but I worked through it with Hina's encouragement. She never leaves anything uneaten. I guess I really do like cooking. Tests are coming up, huh? Do your best, okay? They're your first tests since school started, so you're gonna have to study even if you don't want to. Want to have another study session with Ano-chan? Huh? Yeah, we could do that. I could probably help her with her first year stuff. First year. Come to think of it, that girl was a first year too. The girl in the hallway, trying to get into the classroom. The one who'd managed to confess to her senpai, according to Sachi-san and Megumi. Her name was... Hey Hina. Do you know a girl named Maki-san in your year? Maki-san? Maki-sana? Yeah, her. I know her. She's in my class. I sit next to her. Huh? Really? I'm kind of surprised. Well, it's a small world, I guess. Are you friends? We say hi and stuff. Why? Do you know Maki-san Yunane? Oh no, not really. I just heard her name somewhere, so I was wondering if you knew her. I see. Thanks for dinner. You're welcome. Looks like Hina finished eating right at a good time to cut the conversation short. She brought her empty plate up to the sink. I finished eating and followed after her, putting the leftovers in the fridge for my parents. I started washing dishes with Hina. After she goes home, I should start making tomorrow's lunch. The baguette sandwiches she asked for. Guess I'll put some extra effort in. I feel like she might have something going on for Hina. I'm not 100%. I can't get the read on Yuna. I reviewed today's classes, prepared for tomorrow's, and finished my homework. Some parts aren't due for a while, so I left some of those for later. It was already that late when I glanced over at the clock. That's cool. I prepared everything I'll need for lunch and dinner. Roast beef on baguettes may have been a bit much, but that seems pretty standard. I'll have enough time if I start preparing them right when I get up. Though I bet Mum will laugh at me for using the oven first thing in the morning. I leaned back in my chair. I should get my thoughts together. I like to sit at my desk and think before going to bed. This is my habit when I have a lot of things to consider. Each of them in order. From what Megumi said today, they're always together and it isn't obvious who might like who. If that's the case, she might have to stick close to them for a while before we can tell. And then there's what Megumi said about Sachi-san being able to tell, and how Sachi-san can't seem to enter the Hoshikan building. in which case, the three of them need to go to the inner building for Sachi-san to check them out.
でもどうやって？
Should I ask them there for something, like an interview, since they're in the broadcasting club?
でも部活も何もしてない私がそんな要件を作れるわけがない。これはダメっぽい。放送で嘘の呼び出しをかけるとか？あ、いや、放送部なんだよね、あの3人。それに下手するとこれ大ごとになりそう。
The third year students' classrooms are in the inner building. Should I get one of them to call them over? Though I don't know anyone I could ask to do that. Ina has some third year upperclassmen, but I couldn't get her involved in this.
これはちょっといいアイディア。すぐに出ないな。
And until I have a good idea, I'll just have to rely on chance.
これは保留。次はマキさんと相原先輩。
The problem is the two of them, or mainly Ayahara senpai, are always busy. They're so busy that they have no time to relax and talk to each other. Because of that, they'll never move forward from their current friendship.
解決策としては2人がゆっくり話ができる場所を提供すること。
Yeah, we could do that. But I don't know of any place like that. I'll have to start by looking for one.
めぐみにはいくつか心当たりがあるって言っちゃったけど。
We'd have to make sure they're actually usable. And once we find one, then we have to tell them about it. How?
私が教える？二人っきりになれる場所があるの。おすすめ？っていや、ないない。本人の知らないところで準備してこっそりそれとなく知らせるってすごい大変なことじゃない？
Yeah, it does actually sound pretty difficult. In any case, Maki-san and Aihara senpai, two of the broadcasting club trio, and those two ghosts. I had no idea there were so many people around me in girl-on-girl romances.
意外というか世の中わかんない。
Are there normally this many? Is it because we're an all-girls school?
今日めぐみに聞かれたっけ？女の子が同じ女の子を好きになるってことどう思うかって。
What I'd say to her then wasn't a lie. Or what I said to her then wasn't a lie. I was caught off guard since I hadn't given it any thought, but I didn't think they were stupid and I didn't think it was creepy. I just thought, so that happens too. That's a thing. I mean, Maki-san, that first year, and the flash of her face I saw after she delivered her letter.
あんな顔きっと誰かを本当に好きになってないとできないんじゃないかな。
The only reason I wasn't sure was probably because I've never been in love myself, and not just with another girl, of course. And what I'm doing now?
そういう人たちのためのお手伝い。
When I thought about it again,
これってすごいおせっかいというか大きなお世話なんじゃないかしら。
you kind of been dragged into it a bit. Finding out who likes who and helping them get together.
どう考えても顔が真っ赤になりそう。何してるんだろう私。でも
I never imagined I'd be involved in something like this, doing all these things for other people. I'm already doing all this thinking about it, trying to figure out how to make it all work out, and what I should do. This is... I hung my head for a moment. The drawer of my desk came into view. It was locked shut. All of a sudden, my head cleared. Calm down, don't panic. Take it slow.
あくまでこっそりと目立たずにできるだけのお手伝い。
I have to do it that way.
こんなのただのおせっかい。大きなお世話なんだから。
Okay. So yeah, that's what we'll call it for today. We'll just load this up because that's when we can save. Okay. And yeah, this is what we'll call it for today. Because we've gone on a lot longer than I thought. 4.5 hours, damn. I kind of got sucked into the game. So I lost track of time. But yeah, this has honestly been fun. I'm really enjoying that game. It's nice. So, let's see if there's anyone to raid out to, shall we? Also, I should probably favorite, like, bookmark this because that will come in handy, the decisions. Because I know that some people, like, if I was playing this on my own, I would probably just pick the decisions randomly and see what happens. But also, I don't want to lock out the routes. So to make it as clean as possible, I pick the options. Let's see. Is there anyone to raid out to today that I feel like raiding out to? Or do we just call it here today? I think we'll just call it here today. I don't see anyone raiding out because everyone's like playing like not really chill stuff, and I kind of don't want to do the tone switch today. So yeah, I think this is what we'll call it for today. I appreciate everyone stopping by. It's been fun. And yeah, I'm really enjoying this game. It seems like it's like a very chill one, and I'm glad I got it on Steam when I did. And yeah, we'll play some more again on Friday. But yeah, until next time, I hope you all have a great rest of your Friday, everyone, and a good weekend. Take care, everyone. Bye bye, guys. Bye. Bye.